Yeah.
They've thrown me off by not throwing me off. What the hell?
Don't do it.
Sorry about that. I sat there zoning myself out so that when they shouted random words to try and throw me off, it wouldn't work, and then they just didn't do it. So,
I
Yay!
knew that would work.
damn it. Hello, and welcome to Dice and Mimics Armatae campaign. I am your Dungeon Master, Paddy, as always. Sometimes I wish I wasn't, but anyway.
Not really.
Yes, I do, but still. Anyway, joining me tonight, as usual, we have Annette as Talia Darkfawn. We have Reese as Blossom.
Hello.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Urt.
Evening.
We have Steph as Vienna.
Hello.
And we have Aaron as Anna.
Yellow.
So, before I get into the recap, usual announcement. RuneScape, great thing, really useful. I love it. Ben loves it. Anyone else who probably runs a campaign probably loves it. It's useful. It's good. Yay. I really should write scripts for these rather than
We should really get you a script for that.
We're not with it this session, are we?
I'm going to start writing a Sam Riegel script for you and just handing it off and just...
That'll
Well,
work. That'll
I just
work.
want to see
nicely.
it pass
DM
through
Sam Riegel
the
and ask him to
cameras.
write a bit for him. That'd be hilarious. See if he does it.
I am not brushing my teeth with pickles. Anyway,
Sorry, guys, we're having a bit of an off session. We're just-
I mean, it's near
3,
enough
2,
what we
1,
do.
let's start again.
yeah,
Go.
Chaos Gremlin energy is at peak today, apparently. I am not looking forward
Do
to
you
this
need
session.
your random word?
Let's start again with the random word.
Would you like me to do an announcement to give you a few
If, yeah,
seconds?
if anyone's got any announcements, go ahead.
Just warm my drink.
So our usual announcement is we have a website. Go over to diceandmimics.com. We have a merch store with fantastic t-shirts designed by Dread Red Queen, a few designed by me with Spelljammer orientated stuff. But there's also a tip button, so if you don't like the standard way that you donate through Twitch and stuff, you can donate through that store. But most importantly, we have another announcement. In 2 weeks' time, on the 23rd of September, it's our 3-year anniversary. Yes, we've been running... Well, Paddy's been running this campaign for 3 long years.
Save me.
One eternity later.
You could tell.
And because of it, we have a few things yet to announce, but part of the anniversary session is all of us are going to dress up as our characters, as much as we can do, considering some of us are different random races and different colours, and... We're going to have fun. We're going to have a bit of dress up. And that is going to be the 23rd of September from 6:30 PM British Standard Time. Back to you.
Thank you. Anything from anyone else?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. So, quick recap on the last session. Having gone to sleep after the funerals they had held for both Rowan and Tarlock, the party, well, specifically, Xandal was disturbed when a green kobold burst out of the floorboards in his workshop, missing an arm, bleeding heavily, and shouting that he needs Xandal's help to fix things. After healing and interrogation, the party found out Nut had done the typical engineer thing of going a bit too far.
Nut.
And Nut. And decided Chaos Gremlin energy.
Good session, guys. This is going to be a good session. I can feel it.
Feeling that chaos energy already.
Right, professional.
Oh my god, I
professional.
got this.
So, making their way into the sewers, Nut took them to the only other entryway to this subterranean city he had made his lab in that he knew of. But upon fleeing, he had collapsed all the other entrances that he knew about to ensure that this was kept contained. Making their way down through a strange tower with enchantments and paranoid traps and lockpicks and locks, which took a while for the poor rogue to figure out that the big lock wasn't the lock. The 2 little locks were the locks. That was a fun one.
Thank God for
But-
shoes.
Yes. But eventually they made their way out and into the subterranean city. After a couple of run-ins with various constructs, they found their way to sabotaging a forge by blowing it up, courtesy of Xandal. They then went and tried to negotiate with the Clockwork Queen, ending up turning it into effectively an Ultron instead, managing to destroy her first body and her protectors, only to find out, she's not an idiot, she's built a backup body, and then having to go and drop dynamite into a factory to solve the problem once and for all. And as we were ending at the end of last session, you guys had just come out of the sewers back into the Gateway District, just as the dawn sun was peeking over the horizon. What would you all like to do? Obviously, Vienna is currently not there.
We tell Philiodas and Ragnar that he doesn't need to panic and that we will be at the ball. Everything is sorted, but to send a contingency, long words in that accent is very difficult. What's the thing where you send like a bunch of
Contingent.
that word down there just to make sure that everything is fine? Yeah.
I will go speak with Ragnar.
I'm gonna go find out whether my foster parent has killed my boyfriend, so I'm gonna go find Gunther.
So everyone, because he rolled so shit on his stealth check,
I want
you
Queenie
all...
with him, haven't I? I sent Queenie after him. I sent Queenie to watch over him, didn't I?
Who?
Gunther. So I should know
No.
where he is.
Yes, you did say Queenie. Yes, you would be well if she's within 1 mile of you, then you will.
Yeah.
But you all notice as Nut tries to sneak back into the sewer behind you. He's
No,
trying
you
to be
don't.
stealthy.
You're coming with me.
No!
I just sort of like grab him by the tail and just start dragging him towards the academy.
He's trying to sink the one hand he has left into the cobblestone. He's just like, no! Okay, so Xandal starts heading off to the Arcane Academy, dragging Nut behind him. So Talia, you want to try and figure out where Gunther is, yes? Talia, do you want to figure out where
Yes.
Gunther is?
Sorry, I thought you. Yeah. Yes, I was.
You zoned out. Okay, just make me a wisdom check, just to sort of feel out that link to Queenie.
Wisdom check's just straight wisdom, isn't it?
Yeah, just straight wisdom.
Oh, it's a saving throw. I get a bonus.
Yeah, but it's not a save, so
I know. 11.
11. You get a general direction and a feeling of distance, and you know the Gateway District fairly well now. It feels like they're back at the Jigging Jester. It doesn't feel like they're far away from there.
But hurry back then.
Okay. What is anyone else doing? Is everyone else heading back to the Jester, or...?
I think, yeah.
Fine, you're fine. You're fine now. I think it might have just been a little.
I think it was the Discord because everybody was frozen for a second.
Oh, well, they
Oh
are.
dear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
did get
it
an-
also affected on YouTube as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the internet
And
just
Twitch.
blipped for a second. I'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Seems
Damn
fine
you,
now.
thunderstorms.
Yeah.
What
that's-
thunderstorm?
It's blue
Oh,
sky.
I had a
here.
thunderstorm.
Yeah.
I had a
Yeah.
thunderstorm going on here.
Oh no, we've got.
I got a rainbow.
Did it start this morning?
It's like
There
sunny.
was a thunderstorm this morning, then
Yeah.
bright sunshine. Why are we talking about weather during
Yeah.
D&D?
Yeah, sorry.
Let's go. Come on.
I'm already at the Jester, so yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the rest of you head back to the Jester, and as you enter, you see Vienna. You have had one of the most entertaining nights of your
Oh, I
life.
bet.
You have just been watching as Maverick has been plying Gunther with probing question after probing question, whilst keeping just a complete poker face the whole time, no matter what Gunther does. and you have watched him reduce Gunter to this puddle of just quivering, shaking, almost
Making a sound.
like fear almost. Just like constantly worried he's going to say the wrong thing. You had to step in once or twice when it looked like Maverick maybe, like, it was basically cultural differences. It was like Gunter would say something that in Drow society would be completely frowned upon. And though Maverick is not full Drow, he went to react like a Drow would, and you had to quickly just sort of go, okay, no, come on, calm down.
Using my
It's just a tiefling guy.
speciality of being a diplomat. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But eventually they did manage to come to an agreement. Maverick has not necessarily given his blessing as such, but is willing to tolerate Gunter and see where this goes. But you've had such a good time. It's been just your thing. But then when you all got back to the Jester, everyone else was missing. And the only thing you could get out of Rook was that they were going somewhere with a small green one-armed kobold.
Sounds like a normal night out. I'm not going to worry.
But as they all walked back in, some of them sporting like flame burns, some of them sporting large long cuts. You see Val is covered in like dust from basically blowing up the factory. They all look much the worse for wear and like they've been through quite some concerted combat.
She's going to look at them all and go, did you guys blow something up without me?
Yeah, sorry, you weren't here, so we kind of had to do it without you. It's pretty crazy.
There was a couple of things we blew up, technically.
So, like, killer robots, and, yeah, it was a thing.
I'm almost disappointed, but I can't say I've not been entertained myself, so...
Where's Gunter? Is he okay? He didn't have
Oh,
him here.
he's a quivering mess in his bedroom. You probably want to...
I'm there! She's gonna run upstairs.
Okay. So Talia runs off upstairs. Are the rest of you just wanting to get some rest, effectively?
I think Val's gonna probably shout, go in the onsen to clean off a little bit. But also, just a question. Obviously, we've got a vault.
Yes.
Does somebody check the vault to make sure that it's still secure on a regular basis? Because we've like ignored that for an entire act.
So you know that the only people who have keys to the vault is you guys, and Gunter.
Right.
They are the only keys to that vault, and it is he had Wilma enchant the vault, so only those keys will open the vault.
Okay.
No, you would assume probably Gunter maybe has Rook check it every now and then, but you don't know for certain.
Because, like, with all the security and everything within the area we've just come from, all of the extra locks and everything, Val's just like, I haven't been down there in about, what would be equivalent, 4 months?
Roughly
Yeah.
3 to 4 months.
And we've got some, like, high-end stuff down there, so I'm just going to go down, have a check, then come back and go in the onsen, clean off, and go to bed.
You get your copy of the key, and you head down into the basement, down the separate set of stairs that goes deeper down than the basement, to the foreboding black metallic vault door. Unlocking it and opening it. If you could make me a perception check, please.
Yeah. Try and find perception. 14.
14. You glance in. The mace is there. The silver snakehead amulet is there. Everything looks like it should be.
Okay. In that case, like, we'll just lock the door and go back up. It's just an odd curiosity that we hadn't checked in a while, so wanted to make sure everything was kind of there, so.
Okay. So you close and lock the door behind you and head back up and go to the onsen. Do Talia next. Talia, you go to your bed, yours and Gunter's bedroom. Open the door and Gunter is just laid in the bed, staring up at the ceiling, his skin a very pale blue. As he just seems like he's just like clutching the covers up under his chin, and just seems to be shaking slightly.
She like bursts through the door. Gunter, are you alive, darling?
Yeah, I think so.
What happened? What did he do to you? You okay?
He asked me a lot of questions.
What did he ask?
He asked me about my intentions for you. He asked me about my monetary income and my 5-year plan, and whether I have a retirement plan, and what I would do with childcare and all this sort of stuff.
Wait, what? Childcare? Who said anything about children?
Well,
I'm an adventurer. When do I have time to raise a baby?
I think
Can I
he
even
just
have a baby?
I don't know, but I think he was just, covering all bases, because he also asked about things like, pets and giving you part ownership in the Jester and all stuff like that.
Bit extreme.
That's how I felt, yeah. I think Vienna had a great time, though. She looked like she was laughing quite a lot at times.
Well, that's Vienna in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to take me a little bit of time to, decompress from that.
You'll need a hug?
Yeah, please.
To give him a hug. And then he'll be like drip blood on him and shit. And he'll be like, what the fuck happened to you?
But as you quickly go
If it makes you feel any better, we've not had a great evening either.
It doesn't look
I
like it.
what Aaron did.
Yeah, I'm not causing troubles. Like,
Is-
you know how Vodawawit wanted to like take over the surface and it was really bad.
I think so. I remember you telling me something
Think
like
that, but robots. Ancient.
What is a robot? What is a
Yeah,
robot?
there was like a big pillar that wanted to kill everyone because
yeah.
Val, of all
he's-
people, was trying to convince it and showed him his memories and how traumatic his upbringing was. So, yeah, she basically was just like, our organics are bad, and we had to kill her and blow shit up.
Oh, so you mean constructs?
Yeah, whatever that is. I don't know. I'm not Sandal. I don't understand these things. I just knew that she needed to die, and that was what is important, right?
Okay, so that's something.
Oh, we should probably tell Philiotis and Ragnar not to worry. We haven't talked to them since we said we were going down there.
Well, Tali, you saw Xandal heading off, and you heard him say he was going to go see Ragnar. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Gunter just sort of cuddles up to you, and you guys spend a bit of time just sort of basically reassuring one another and helping each other through various physical and mental traumas.
Speaking of, where's Maverick?
You haven't seen
You on?
Maverick. You don't know.
I'll probably go get cleaned up and then I'll go downstairs and talk to Vienna about it.
He's in the
Find
corner of
out
the
where he's
room.
gone.
In the meantime, Xandal, you get to that same door of the Arcane Academy, and as you knock, the face forms, and it looks at you and just goes, and just opens. It doesn't even bother to check anymore with you. It just swings
Thanks,
open.
buddy.
You quickly make your way through the corridors, Nut screaming and trying to stop you multiple times along the way, jamming his claws into flagstones. At one point, he literally bites into a door jamb to try and stop you taking him. And you have to pry his mouth open. But eventually you
Look,
get...
the more you struggle, the worse it's going to be. Stop struggling, and if you keep leaving impressions in Ragnarvale's doors, he's not going to be impressed.
Eventually you reach Ragnarvale's office and the door swings open, revealing Ragnarvale stood there in, again, resplendent in his usual beautiful, looking like he's not, like, looking perfectly turned out. You don't know how this man has time to do everything he does and still like present himself so well. And he just looks down.
Obviously.
He just looks down at you both, looks from you, Xandal, to the cowering form of Nut, and goes, "I'm guessing this has something to do with the sending spell earlier."
Yes. We have an issue below the city. Well, we had an issue.
I get the feeling I'm going to need a drink. Come in. He just turns around and walks in,
Yeah.
and you see him go over
I
to
mean,
a.
bearing in mind, Xandal probably still looks like he's been blown like from Kingdom to Come. He's
Oh, yeah.
exploded a forge, he's been battered, he's
Yeah.
been exploded.
The bottom of your boots are still partially melted from the molten metal that nearly caught you from the forge.
His hair's probably like this.
But Ragnar moves over to a sideboard and opens it, and then you watch as from within just a almost like a bar top slides out, and he just sort of like selects a couple of bottles and mixes himself a drink before it slides back in. Impossibly, because that should not fit in there, Xandal. You know that's some pretty impressive spell work there. And Ragnar sits down with his drink, takes a sip, and goes, "Let's take it from the top, shall we?"
Invention's gone crazy. Essentially, not me this time.
Surprising.
Yes. Though I imagine you're having a laugh at my expense, seeing as all my work is now on hold due to someone arriving 2 days early. But we'll go
Now,
on to that
that
later.
had nothing to do with me. She chose to do that.
Yeah, I know, she said, but I imagine you still found it funny.
Oh, yes. Immensely so.
Yes. So, below the city, there were old, I wouldn't say ancient, but old machinery, clockwork machinery, like kids' toys, but bigger.
I see.
Nut found it.
My workshop.
He
Mine.
also,
Mine.
not anymore. Part of that now belongs to Armatae. But yes, essentially, there's a chest in there that's trapped. Hurts like hell. Trust me, I know. Someone managed to get the weapons and tactic AI from my ship.
It's
Because
again.
he still claims it's his
we've
ship.
been over this handle. It is not your ship.
It is. Well, technically it's hers. But he sort of like pulls out the AI module.
Do you want to do that? You've never shown Ragnar M.
Uh-oh.
I'm
He
gonna
has
give you a
told
I've
him
never met
about.
her body.
He's
He
met the
has
body.
told.
He's met the body.
Yeah.
You've told it to Barras in very brief detail about what you did, how you took her from the ship, but you've never actually specified
Yeah.
what she was. And bringing out a holographic unit compared to a robotic body is probably, Ragnar is going to quickly put 2 and 2 together. You know him.
Yeah.
There's a
But he
difference
kind
between
of just sort of like brushes past that one.
What?
As he says, but yeah, he installed the weapons and tactic AI into essentially a creation of his own as he tried to replicate
not mine.
what
Not mine.
I had
Was
built.
already there. Not was already there. I just repaired a bit. That's all.
There we go. And pretty much through a mad series of events, he lost his arm. We blew up an ancient forge. Well, I blew up an ancient forge. We almost caused humanity to no longer exist. Saved that and blew up a factory.
Ragnar looks down at the single drink in front of him, knocks it back, pulls the bar back out,
I need another drink for this.
makes another one and sips it again and goes, "So is this why Theodos contacted me asking for groups of battle mages about an hour and a half ago?"
quite possibly. We may need to go down there, just make sure everything is safe and sound, everything is structurally safe. Gone.
But the main threat is currently dealt with. I will
Yeah.
contact
As
Theodus and
far
tell
as
him
we
that
are aware, there is no more.
I will contact Theodus and make him aware he does not have to mobilize the whole army anymore, and merely send a few exploratory squads down there. Nut, you will be guiding them there. Understood. And Nut just sort of shuffles his feet and just looks at the floor and just nods. We will then discuss Nut's punishment with Emperor Barras at a later time. But I believe for now the loss of his arm will be sufficient. At least he will not be able
I
to.
can aid towards building him another one. I understand how useful he is to the kingdom still.
Agreed, but currently it is best to leave him handicapped, so to say. At least it will prevent him from trying to tinker anymore until we have safeguards in place.
Of course. If I may, the chest that resides down there, we may keep it to one side, and on a potential personal note, I may try and poach some of the metals that remain under there, considering that part of the flooring under there now is entirely metal.
We will discuss. For one, there will have to be some form of recompense for Armatae. Though this was not an official mission issued by Barras, this was still done in defense of the city, so there must be some form of reward.
Yeah.
Not wise to begin discussing this directly before the ball, I believe, so we will probably leave it until after. But I believe agreements on spoils such as the chest, metals, and monetary payment can be made without too much.
Wonderful. I haven't slept in 24 hours. I'm going to bed.
Yes, I do have a message for you from Finri. You are to pick her up from her father's estate for the ball at 7 o'clock sharp, and you are to bring flowers.
Yeah, I got it.
What relationship is this when she tells you what you have to do?
It's pretty
You
much
must just
any
be the
atypical
person.
relationship, isn't it?
You will enjoy
So-
spending time with me. God damn it.
I don't tell Ben what to do. Much?
In the Sandal, go get some rest. I will deal with Nut and his misdemeanors from here.
Thank you.
As you leave Zandal, you see him sort of write something on a piece of parchment which flashes and vanishes, and you get the feeling that's probably him informing Theodus about this, and then he looks at Nut and goes, "Now, let's go over correct, safe working procedure," and you just see Nut just quail and start bowing and begging as the door closes with an ominous thud.
DVD 1 of 5 of health and safety policies.
Please fill in this
What's doing an
questionnaire at the end to
explosion?
make sure you watch the video.
There'll be a test at the end.
But yeah, so Zandal, you make your way back to the Jigging Jester, seeing the rest of your party either having a quick bite to eat and a drink after cleaning off, or just making their way to bed, ready for the ball later in the day.
Yeah, I think Zandal's just going to go get himself cleaned up in the onsen, and then probably head off to bed.
Okay. Talia, were you wanting to keep trying to find Maverick?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and ask Vienna what happened and from her perspective and stuff. I'll go find Vienna.
Yep.
She downstairs?
Are you
Yeah.
still downstairs, Vienna?
Vienna doesn't need sleep, really. She's had her
Well,
4
neither do I,
hours.
so-
So, yeah. She'll be downstairs.
Alright, I'll nip downstairs and be like, Vienna.
How's Gunther?
A little shaken up.
I'm not surprised.
So, what the fuck?
In all fairness, I did step in when Maverick got a little too fiery. I had to remind him that our cultural differences are very apparent here.
Yeah, I think he forgets that me and Gunther are tieflings, not drow.
It's easy to
Or
do.
maybe he
after all.
forgets that he's not actually my father.
It's easy enough to do.
Yeah, he did raise me, so I guess he is my father, but not, my dad.
But
Where's
yeah,
he now? Where's Maverick?
I believe he went out a little. I don't think he was completely satisfied with the outcome, but he went out to see to what's Spider's name?
That one was. Oh, you have to ask me a question. I think that was Delilah, the large one.
Delilah.
Yeah.
Oh, we all had a cow, don't we?
Apparently.
Maybe I should go and find a cow. How many hours do we have till the ball?
Vienna looks around sort of what time
I need
it
to
is.
squeeze in 4 hours of rest at some point, but I need to know if I have time.
Well, you got out just at dawn, so that would be roughly sort of 6 a.m. It's probably about 7 or 8 now. You know from the invitation that you eventually all got to see after Val actually made you aware it had arrived.
Yeah.
The ball starts at 7 in the evening.
Okay, so I've probably got enough. Have I got enough hours to
But
spend a few?
Yeah, you've got about 11 hours.
Okay,
until the
cool.
ball.
So I've got time to go and potentially find a cow. And he said Delilah was in a cave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in a basically a small cave in a hillside in the farmland around.
I'll take
city.
Queenie. I'll go and purchase a cow, and I'll go and try and send Queenie off to scout and see if I can find the cave and go and feed Delilah.
Okay. I'm gonna say go ahead and make me a survival check. This is
You get
gonna
to
see
steal
whether you.
a
I'm
cow.
not particularly great at that. 12?
12. Queenie sort of flies a circuit of the countryside around. She can't see any obvious caves that would be large enough for a spider like Delilah, but you don't know. You think you're maybe just gonna have to put this cow in cold storage until you can get Maverick to show you where to go.
I'm just imagining her actually stealing a cow and like trying to stealth with it while this cow's just going.
No, I'm not
"Bah."
stealing a cow. I was just gonna buy a cow and like got like a rope around its neck, and I'm like,
Well,
it's
you
got,
can.
it's got a little bell. I'm just trying
no,
to find.
I mean, are you buying a live cow or are you going to?
I want to try and find a live cow if I can.
Yeah. Okay. So you go down to the meat markets in Grimhaven where they bring in the live cows to be sold to the slaughterhouses.
Yeah.
And there's multiple different cows there. What sort of cow are you looking for?
I don't know, a cow.
An edible one.
A cow.
So,
Does it really matter? Probably a bull,
So-
I guess. They've got more meat.
yeah, okay. So you're wanting a bull. So I don't know whether you guys know how, like, sales of cow meat works. A lot
I've
of
been
the time,
to meat markets. My
Yeah,
aunt
a lot-
has a farm, dairy
yeah,
farm.
a lot of it is done via auction. So they sort of trot out the animals in a certain amount of number, and then you bid on them.
I'm gonna try and pull rank. Hey, I'm with Armatae. We need a cow.
You sort of this human female, very heavily built, slightly portly, sort of turns to look at you and goes, "What?
I need a cow. Don't ask questions, but it's important.
You got coin?
Yeah.
What cow do you want?"
What's the best cow for eating?
That's probably just sort of looks over and looks across. We got a couple that have come in from the farmland near River Run that are supposed to be fairly good. They're not too close to the Desolation, more towards the Penka Forest side of things. So good bit of meat on them. I'd say when you're 2 gold.
Sure. 3.
Alright, takes it, goes over to a pen, and pulls out this very heavy set cow, sort of brown colouring, tattoo on the side to identify it, and just like hands you a rope halter and goes, "All yours."
Thank you, darling.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you've seen a drow dude around recently? White hair?
No. Get lots
Mm.
come through here, but not much in the way of drow,
Fair enough. Thank you.
other than that one who hangs around with you lot.
Yeah, not her. She has pink hair anyway. For now.
Fair enough.
So I have a cow. I have purchased
Yep.
a cow.
Make,
I guess
make
I'll
me,
take
me
it
an
to the
animal
jigging
handling
jester
check.
and tie it up.
Make me an
but yeah.
animal handling check to see
This
how
is-
well you get. You've just
So the
taken
thing-
a herd. You've just taken a herd animal out of a herd.
Fuck
Oh,
me.
no.
7.
7.
Come on.
It takes you 2 hours to get this cow from Grimhaven to the Jigging Jester. It just keeps like planting its hooves in the cobbles and refusing to move. It's like sometimes you'll be walking along thinking it's following you, and then you'll just like pull on the end of the tether and turn, and it's gone down an alleyway to one side. This
Goodness
cow
sake.
is just not cooperating with you. At
So-
one
so-
point, you end. By the way, you do also lose 5 silver because at one point the cow decides it's going to munch on some cabbage at a nearby stall whilst you're not
5
watching.
silver?
Yeah, 5.
I mean,
It's-
Not silver pieces or EP?
I mean, it eats a couple of cabbages and slobbers on a few others. So
No, I was just making sure I was removing that failed to remove coins. The minimum amount allowed for each currency type is 0. Oh. I don't have any silver. I literally have gold and platinum
you
coins.
need to take away a gold and add 5 silver.
Oh, okay.
10 silver makes 1 gold.
So 10 silver. Add 1 gold. Remove. Then 5 silver. Remove. Okay, cool. Done.
Yep.
Complicated, convoluted way of doing it, but yes.
But after 2 hours, you eventually get this cow back to the stable yard of the Jigging Jester, where the stable hands sort of look at you and just sort of go,
Don't
"Miss-
ask. Just look after it. Make sure it doesn't get out. I'll be back for it later.
Okay. They sort of take it, and you can see the just the pure confusion on their faces. They're used to dealing with horses. They know what to do with a horse.
Give it some
They're
hay.
not-
It'll be fine, right? They
They're
eat the
not
same as
entirely
a horse,
sure
right?
what. They're not entirely sure what to do with a cow, but they start going through the motions and put it in one of the stalls and give it some hay and just like keep an eye on it.
And she's like, well, that's 1 mission completed, right, Queenie? And she'll like tickle her under the chin. Right. Well, I don't know where Maverick is, so I guess we'll figure out where he is later. Let's go get some rest. And she'll go upstairs and go meditate for 5 minutes, 5 hours.
Okay.
4 hours. 4 hours, sorry.
Yep.
It's only 4, isn't it? Yeah.
So, you all go to your various rests, and you all complete a long rest. Nothing untoward
Yay!
happens, and nothing strange happens during your rests.
Do I get all my hit points back?
Yes,
Well, yeah,
your
take
hit
a long
points-
rest.
No,
Yeah,
I
your hit
mean as
points.
in my reduced ones.
Yes, yeah, they come back on a long rest.
Okay.
But yes. So, you all wake up, and, well, at various different times later, but you all reconvene after, I would say, probably 6-7 hours. So by this point, it would be about 4 in the afternoon. And you all know that in 3 hours, it will be time for the ball.
So I got the cow.
Well done.
No idea where no idea where Maverick is, and I don't know what cave he put Delilah in, so I can't go feed her. Did he say where he was going, Vienna?
The voice in my head might tell me if.
Maverick just just said to you that he needed to go blow off some steam and he might go visit Delilah. You don't know exactly whether that's where he went straight away or whether he's gone drinking or what.
Silken sheets.
You don't know.
Don't know. I can't help you, I'm afraid, Talia.
He's always been so difficult.
With that drow.
I feel like it's a combination of that and having a daughter is a bit...
Yeah, family can make us more uptight than usual.
Isn't it just... Where's everyone else? Are we
Asleep,
all here?
probably. They don't sleep like you and me. They have to have 8 hours or something.
Xandal sat there like at the edge of a table, just sort of like half asleep, still trying to like do a button up on his shirt. It is clear he did not sleep very well.
It's at this point in your half-awake state, Xandal, you just hear a voice in your mind. Well, that was certainly interesting, my young friend. Those clockwork automatons were very strange. Not something I've seen much of in my domain, but it might be something to look investing into. But you said you wished to speak to me after... I'm curious as to what about.
Oh, yeah. Is Xandal able to communicate it with him, like, in his head?
Yes, yeah.
Because he's kind of just, like, been speaking aloud at this point.
Yeah. You hear Hazlitt go, just think, I will hear it.
Well, you wanted to work with me.
Indeed.
I have a few stipulations.
Go on.
Firstly, I must be allowed to tell who I like about your presence. I don't like keeping secrets from my friends. It's that simple.
Well, as
Secondly,
may I place a small caveat first?
yes, go ahead.
I completely agree with you that you should be able to tell who you please about my presence, but the small caveat is if they react badly and immediately try to remove me, that you at least do your best to dissuade them otherwise. I would rather maintain my rather tenuous toehold on this plane if I can, but I understand if your friends are concerned, but it should not be something that they should immediately try to remove me for.
Of course. I will endeavour to do the best I can to dissuade.
That is all I ask.
Secondly, I have very little knowledge of you. I have very little knowledge of your true intentions. I have doubts. Essentially, I know you wish to return to this realm.
Not your realm, my own prime material.
Well, if we are to help you, I say we, as in me and my friends, you will not enter the world, whichever world, with ill intent towards the people, the inhabitants, or its lands.
The only ill intent I would show to any within my own prime material would be against those who wronged me initially and trapped me here. I think we can agree, along your dragonborn friend seems to put it best, that retribution is valid
damn
in
it,
certain
Val.
circumstances.
Even when you're not there, you're influencing things.
God fucking damn it, Val.
Let's get it on a t-shirt.
And I do believe my revenge in this case would be justified after being trapped here for, I don't know if the passage of time is the same here as it is back in my own home, but I have been in this domain now for maybe 100 years, maybe more, I'm not sure.
Well, revenge is one thing, but my statement still stands.
And I
To
completely
act
agree with it.
on the detriment of the world, its peoples, is a no-go.
Of course, my only goal is to gain knowledge and grow my own influence. Here I am seen as a benevolent ruler who has brought magic to these people. I have taught them all I know. I take disciples frequently and teach them the breadth and depth of my knowledge, passing it down to even the most common of folk so that they can at least utilize small cantrips at least to make their day-to-day lives easier.
And my final point is my work and my studies are my own. They are not to be stolen. While I appreciate any input and guidance, I do my work, much as I said before, for the betterment of people.
And I agree. I will not be taking your designs and making them my own. If anything, I will merely take ideas and implement them into my own way of thinking and adapt them to my own brand of magic.
Very well. If I find that the second point is broken deliberately, I will warn you that I will do everything within my power to put you back in a prison worse. Do you understand?
If you can find a prison worse than this, boy, I will be impressed.
Then we have an accord.
Indeed, we have an accord.
Very well.
Accordion.
You did. Wonderful. And though I'm not going to be doing much in the way of inventing today, I will let you know that your engine, as we shall call it, is just as flawed as mine. But if I can put together the best of both worlds, I think we can find something that is rather substantial.
See, when great minds collaborate, great things can happen.
Wonderful. Now I must get back to this damn button that's really irritating me.
Oh,
He's been sat there fiddling with this button for like the past 10 minutes.
You just hear Haslick in the back of your mind just sigh. you get like the mental image of just his face, he's just shaking his head as you feel his presence withdraw to the back of your mind once more.
He kind of like sits there and thinks to himself like, this is going to make my life complicated and easier all at the same time. But what flowers does she like again?
Aww.
So at this point, you feel Haslick's presence come back. I am not a master in romantics, but I have been told by many that roses are considered a safe bet. And then he retreats once more.
Love if
You
she
have
really
not
hates
met this
roses.
girl.
The language of
He
flowers.
realised He then sort of like realizes that he's just been staring at this button for ages, and he looks up, looks around the room, and he's like,
Me and Fiona are just like,
Looking at
are
him
you
like,
okay?
You look up Sandal, and Rook is just stood there with like a rolling pin, and he'd been about to sort of bonk you on the head with it, and goes, "What? You awake?"
yes. With that, he finishes the button and looks around. I gotta go. And he kind of like brushes himself down, grabs like his dress jacket, and then just scoots off out, like leaving his breakfast half touched.
Fair enough. Okay. Anything anyone else is wanting to do during these few hours before the ball?
Get cleaned up because I think I just literally came back from that
you were
mess.
checking up on
Checked
everyone
checked
first.
on
Yeah.
Gunther, went and got a cow. I don't think I've even had and then rested for 4 hours. I don't even think I've had a bath, so I'm gonna like grab Gunther and drag him to the
Okay.
onsen, I think.
Yep. Gunter comes along willingly. Still, he's a bit more back to himself, but you can see there is still some jitteriness to him, and occasionally he is staring at shadows and just
Come
like,
on, let's go get cleaned up for the ball.
yeah.
Don't worry, he won't be at the ball.
There's not
At least I
going to
don't
be
think
any
he will.
spiders in the onsen again, is there?
There were spiders in the onsen?
Xandor said they could hold their breath.
She'll like walk in there and just call the name of every spider that she knows he has. If you're in here, get out!
After 10 minutes, you see a couple of small spiders skitter out from the corners in the ceiling.
No spying. Go back to Maverick. Tell him to meet me downstairs. I need to talk to him.
They just scuttle away.
Right, no more spiders. See? You are safe now. Let's go wash off.
Oh, okay.
I'll
okay,
give you a
so-
massage.
Okay, so you and Gunter get... I'm dubious to say clean, but...
We'll get washed and we'll get dirty at the same time.
Oh dear.
And then wash off again.
Okay. Val, Blossom, was there anything you guys were wanting to do?
So Val is going to prep the outfit that he wore at the last ball, which, if I remember rightly, it was like a fitted suit.
Yes,
I can't remember because we don't have the ball.
We don't have the VOD for
I
it,
can't
so
even
I'm...
go back to the
yeah.
VOD.
Yeah, I believe you had a fitted suit that incorporated your wings and your just obviously your unique form.
Yeah.
And I believe it had gentle detailing of Triferian symbol. Not massively, but there was like a couple of nice little highlights of it that were subtle.
And because it is fitted, he attempts to see if it will fit with armor underneath. And it wouldn't. Well, it's standard leather, and then he did originally start off with chainmail. Would chainmail fit underneath the shirt? Not at all. He eventually gives up and ends up basically just rolling up his sleeves just for a little bit of different flair. And you can see some scarring and marking on his arms that he's a little bit more comfortable showing off than he was before.
We're not allowed weapons in that lot, but you can't take that fucking shield off.
Nope.
You got a buckler on your
That's
arm.
why I've got to roll, at least on one of them, I've got to roll...
Well,
Yeah.
the shield is incorporeal, so it basically it passes through even clothing. So like you can put clothing
I
on
just
without
meant in the
having
sense
to
it's
move
still
the shield.
visible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm gonna use it as an excuse to roll up the sleeves, just so that it's slightly different outfit than before. I kind of carry the jacket in case it gets cold, and it's all been like correctly like pressed, or the equivalent of this world's pressed and returned back to normal. But he's also going to fit to like one part of the shirt, the brooch. And he's also going to, instead of having it done, all the buttons done up to the neck, which I think he had done before, he's going to have a couple that are undone, and he's going to allow the necklace that he's got with Triferian symbol to just sink below the... It's there, but you'd have to look very close to spot it.
Okay.
Val's learning to be cool.
All right. And Blossom, are you doing anything?
Be right back.
Yeah, I was going to do basically the same. Make sure that the was it a dress or a suit? Or
You had like
something?
a Chinese,
Yeah,
like a woman's
Answer,
Chinese suit
yeah.
with
Yeah.
the embroidered blossoms on it.
yeah. Make sure that's clean and pressed. And I had the bracelets of
Yes.
storage or
Yes,
something.
the
They were
sleeve
just
storage. Yep.
they were bracelets, weren't they? Which
Yeah, they're like
I
little
can't-
clip-on things that you put on.
Yeah, we'll be taking them in because just in case.
Store our weapons in it.
Well, I do have a couple of weapons stored with them.
Yeah, they can only hold so much, but
Yeah,
you
not
can,
very much, but they
But
can.
yeah, you could easily probably fit your whip blade in one for definite.
Well, I already have a couple of basic weapons and a dagger.
Yeah.
So.
Have a dagger.
I do seem to remember someone trying to shove knoll meat in there or something.
Oh god, that's probably
Yeah,
still
that's-
in
that-
there.
no,
Did you even
that's-
take it out?
No, it
No,
got
that's
taken
where
off.
we found them. When
Yeah.
we took them off, then knoll meat spilled out of them because that's what had been stored in them previously.
Okay. Right. So if everyone, I'm assuming Xandal, you've gone to buy flowers.
Yeah.
Are you? What? So where do you go to buy flowers?
He'll go to the district that Finry basically resides in.
So you go into Halcyon Heights.
Yeah.
Go into sort of the lords and ladies, the upper class district.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you roll me an investigation check. Let's see if you can find a
Okay.
flower shop.
21.
21. Okay. It doesn't take you long. You quickly find a florist, and the sign above the door reads "Flora's Florist."
He goes in. And sorry, loud vehicles going by. And basically just starts having a look around, just trying to jog his memory as to which flowers were Finry's favourite.
Yep. Going in, you see it's very, very different from what you expected. You would have expected a shop up here to be very, like, professionally presented, very clean, very upper class. You step in and your feet step into grass, and you feel like you've just walked into a small forest glade. The walls themselves are made out of wood. The grass, like the floor, is grass, and you can see flowers growing everywhere in here. You can see that there is a couple of small tables, but they look like they've been grown, not actually placed. They're like made out of intertwined branches, and there's a couple of nice looking displays on them, and you just hear a shuffling as a large woman, a furbolg woman. I can see the look on your face.
I'm ready for this.
No.
But you see as this large furbolg woman with just like light pale green skin and long hair, just the sort of floppy ears, and she's wearing a nice sort of like green plain dress, and she's just sort of comes in and looks at you and go, "Oh, hello. Can I help you? Can I help?"
Hi. Yes, I'm looking for some flowers as a gift.
I see. Do you know what you're looking for in particular?
Off the top of my head, no.
I see. Are these flowers for a funeral, a bereavement, or potentially for a significant other?
A date.
I see. Well, the classical choice is roses.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I can remember. She's not particularly fond of them. I think her words were too common.
I see. So more of an upper class lady then.
Yes.
I see. Well, we do have lilies or perhaps dragon flowers if you were interested.
May I see?
Of course. And she sort of waves her hand, and you watch as at your feet 2 different plants grow. One is just a classic sort of nice lily, and she says, I can grow them in any colour, so don't worry about that. And then the other is this. It looks almost like a cross between a rose and a tulip, almost. And you can see that the actual leaves themselves look almost like scales off of a dragon. And the one she's grown is red, and there's just this like burnished red colour that fades to orange at the edges. Again, I can grow those in most of the colours of dragons that you can find here.
Okay, these are actually really nice. Can we have a mixture? Can we have some of the lilies and some of the dragon flowers in a radiant color? And he kind of like describes the dress that Finry's going to be wearing,
Yep.
and just basically asks this Furbold for her opinion on sort of like the correct color schemes and whatever complements the colors.
Okay, so you know Finry is wearing what almost looks like a liquid silver dress.
Yeah.
So she goes, okay, so we probably want to put some silver dragon flowers in, and you watch as she grows sort of 5 or 6 of those. And they are this beautiful pearlescent silver. They just almost seem to glow with an inner light. And she goes, and to complement them, what colours are you wearing, sir?
He's kind of like he's
remember-
just sort of like he's got dressed, self-dressed, and is essentially ready to go pick Finry
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, so you're wearing your suit, which is that same silver suit. And she goes, okay, so
Yeah.
you're in silver. So what I think would go best with silver, and she grows a number of very dark purple lilies. And then sort of like puts those, she sort of carefully, you watch as when she harvests them, she doesn't like cut them, they just sort of come out of the ground. And the roots sort of shrivel and fall off, and she carefully places them into a bouquet and ties it with a piece of ribbon and goes, does this look acceptable, sir?
That looks wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent.
How much will this come to?
For the growing charge and the work put into it, we'll say 5 gold, please.
Oh, wonderful. And yeah, he hands over 7. He's like, this is for your work. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your date, and the lady is very lucky.
Thank you. Well, we'll see how the evening pans out. And he kind of like takes the. Oh, yes.
Just remember to listen, and I'm sure you won't go wrong.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Have
And
a nice day.
you as well. And he takes the flowers and he goes out and he sort of like pauses for a moment. He's like, her dad's gonna be there. Huh. And he kind of like wanders off to try and get a gift for like the dad, just to stop him from like waffling on at him half the night.
Okay. So you're looking for something for Lord Shatterson.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously met him before. He kind of like knows the sort of things that he would like. Probably get him like a fine bottle of wine or something like that.
Yeah. So Lord Cyrus Shatterson, you know,
Yeah.
he's a very pious man. And B, he doesn't actually drink alcohol. You know this because
No.
of
Yeah.
it. Very much he is a very pious man because, in essence, Finri's mother was a planetar. She was an angel,
Yeah.
which is why she is an Asimar, despite the fact her father is a human. So
Yeah.
Cyrus sees her as a god-sent gift, and very, very much she is a daddy's girl. You know this.
Yeah.
So you know what Cyrus would probably appreciate most is more likely something for Finri than for himself.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
if you wanted to get something for Cyrus, it would most likely be some kind of like keepsake or something that would like remind him of Finri.
Yeah. He'll probably do that. Then he'll probably get him like a keepsake.
How the hell did he
That's
score a planetar? What a bro!
This
You'll
guy's
have to
got
ask
game.
him yourself.
He's got some game, man. And planetar's like big.
Yeah.
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 Wow.
Planetars are about 9 feet tall, if I remember my
Mechanics of that.
thoughts correctly. But they are also very powerful spellcasters who are capable of casting things like, you know, true polymorph.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
Depends what you depends what you turn into.
I meant in terms of the height difference, like.
Backtrack a little because this could potentially get awkward. Do you remember what colours Vienna's wearing?
Silver and purple.
Oh god. Well, Nandal doesn't know that, does he?
No. Well, you no, they did their fitting before yours, so yeah, you don't know.
Yeah,
Force,
you don't know.
yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I just thought of it when you said, and I was like, oh no.
Paddy didn't plan that at all.
No.
No, I did not. That is a happy coincidence, and I'm going to run with it.
I'm not sure Vienna will though. I think if she catches sight of those flowers, she's like, no, I do not want drama in a social situation. She'd actually go and get her dress changed.
You don't know what colour flowers he's bought, so you can't.
If she catches on, if she sees it, she will.
Thing is, he's picking her up from
Yeah, so
the farmers and going
it
straight to
is.
the ball and hitting
Yeah.
you there.
There's silver and purple in Talia's outfit as well.
Yeah.
Her accessories are silver and her feathers have got like a purple sheen to them because they're.
Anyway,
That'd be
so
fun.
Xandal,
Yeah. So
searching through knick-knack shops and that sort of thing, you quickly find a small, like, masculine, like, pendant, which is a praying angelic figure, and you
Yeah.
know that would be acceptable for Lord Cyrus.
okay, yeah, he'll pay for that.
Yeah, that one only comes to about 10 silver,
Okay.
so a gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and from there he's just going to take like a moment to compose himself, make sure everything's good, it's clean, and just start making his way towards the Star Estate,
The
Shattersun
Shattersun.
Estate. Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm assuming the rest of you have primped and preened and prepared.
I'll probably be helping Vienna with any strings, and she'll be helping me with mine and whatnot.
Slightly retconning a little bit, can we potentially say that went with the girls to go and get fitted for outfit as well?
Oh,
'Cause I
yeah.
realised-
Ert's already got an outfit.
Okay, has she?
Yeah.
Okay.
As you
Oh,
watch,
do me proud, do me proud.
as you watch Ert's door open, and she comes out in. She comes out in. Have you seen like a Georgian ball gown with like the proper big skirt and the
Oh.
tight bodice, and the sleeves that come down to the elbows with bows on.
Like Madame Pompadour.
Yes,
kind
very
of.
much. But it is glowing and slowly changing through all the colours of the rainbow in a very slow, almost hypnotic fashion.
RGB Queen, let's go!
And she gives a little twirl and goes, "Wilma made it for me."
Oh.
And you can see weaved into the fabric is enchanting runes to make this effect.
Is Wilma going with you, Ert?
Wilma wasn't.
You have to... She can come. Tell her she can come. I'll vouch for her. Bringing a +1. Technically,
She's-
Gunther's not invited.
I did offer, but she's not comfortable in big crowds.
Ah, fair enough.
Neither am I. Can I stay with Wilma?
No, yeah, no, you can't. You have to go. I didn't
either-
just spend 2 hours tying your strings for you to
I think-
not go.
Vienna, I think as a Dippy Lamat, you kind of have to attend.
As a Dippy Lamat, yeah, I think I do.
Well, the dress looks lovely, and you can tell that it was made with love.
Then they're going to make an entrance, huh? And then they'll be like, "What do you think of mine, Ert? New statement, huh?"
Looks good. So at this point, Gunter comes out from the room behind you, and you see Tatiana has made him a black suit with a purple waistcoat. Hasn't bothered with a suit jacket. Instead, he's got like a half cape, which is made out of raven's feathers.
And it's crotchless.
Ah, you look gorgeous, Gunther. As if you'd look at anything else, of course.
So at this point, like, do you make that comment, Val?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at this point Gunter leads over to her and goes, "No, not crotchless, but it does have a ripper crotch." And then leads back in.
Val's just trying to look for the seam.
He's staring at Gunther's crotch.
Yep.
Make an
Tommy's just gonna make
investigation
you
check.
raise an eyebrow, like, "Why are you checking out my boyfriend?"
Okay, investigation check. Not intimidation.
No.
5.
5. You
Aaron's
can't see
dying.
any seams. You're starting to wondering if he's like messing with you. That's going to be a shot.
Crotchless trousers, let's go.
Anyway, as you are all finishing up preparing, are you guys leaving weapons behind? I'm assuming.
Was
I
there
am
any-
a weapon.
I've got my cowl, but I will just be taking magic with me, no weapons.
Was
'Cause I
there
don't-
any?
I can't hide a rapier in this dress, can I?
You can try. That's up
No,
to you.
I'll end up tearing it. No, I'll be fine. I've got plenty up my sleeve without weapons. So.
I am the weapon.
Was there any
you
instructions
are.
that we had to leave weapons behind?
There has been no instructions that you had to leave weapons, but you do remember from the last ball that there was like a check-in station when you got there, and you
Yeah.
were requested to leave your weapons with them.
Val's gonna take Ert to one side
Oh yeah,
Uh,
she's got a big.
and just be like, I have a big favour to ask, just in case things go wrong.
Yeah?
Can I borrow one of your gloves?
You look down, she's not wearing them. She just sort of like pulls out a small like hand bag, like a small clasp purse, opens it up and pulls them out and hands them to you.
Okay, and Val's gonna fold the gloves into a pocket square and put it into his shirt.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, he can't take the shield off, but
No.
that's the only two things that Val's gonna have. And
I
he's
can
gonna
imagine
thank
Val
Ert.
like at the door going, "If you can take it off."
Yeah, please be my
Yeah.
guest. Trying to remember what are the. I have to say a weakness and a strength, don't I? For the
So we got this wrong last time.
okay,
You have to pick a weakness, but you are automatically resistant to fire, cold, lightning, and thunder.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
good. That's a
I
bit
thought it
better.
was only one of them.
No, you are resistant to all of those. You only have to pick a weakness.
Okay, bludgeoning.
That is where the good part of the
Right,
of the
I
item
thought it was
Completely
I'd pick a weakness and I pick one strength.
You
I didn't realise I
you
got them
thought
all.
you had to pick a weakness to gain
Yeah.
a strength. Right?
No. You automatically have those resistances at all times whilst you have the shield. You just
Yep.
have to each day pick, or you have to swap between vulnerabilities.
Unless otherwise it's randomised, isn't it?
No, you just select one and then it stays. You can
Okay.
change it at the end of each long rest.
Okay.
So, but if you don't change it, it just stays as the previous one.
Cool. Yeah. Happy with that.
Okay. All right. Anyone else doing anything with weapons or items or anything like that?
Vienna's
so
going
I'm
to leave
aware.
all of her belongings in a.
I'm only
Yeah,
taking the Raven's
room.
crown with me, but
Yeah.
that's because
About to say-
it's built into the dress, so it looks like it's
She'll
part of the
even
outfit.
leave the gauntlet behind. So
I was
she's
about to
on
say
a
you would not be
basics.
able to take the gauntlet.
No, I realise that. So yeah, even the gauntlet's staying behind. So
Okay.
Yeah, Xandar's leaving all his weapons and begrudgingly his smithing tools behind.
And I'm probably going to take Gunther and Val to the side quickly just to talk to them quick before we leave.
Okay. I would say, Vienna, you will get away with Winter's Moon. Because of the way it looks, a lot of the time diplomats are allowed a small, like, side dagger. Because of the way it's styled, it looks ceremonial. You would
Okay.
get away with that into a formal ball, because it would just be assumed that it is a ceremonial weapon. It doesn't look.
in
It's functional.
hindsight, if I know that, when I went for the dressmaking, I'd have probably have asked for a decorative belt for it
Yep.
to match with it, so it
Yeah,
does
so-
look ceremonial.
It's a beautiful silver belt with a matching purple sheath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although with it being Winter's Moon, it could be blue, but
Well, I mean, it's white and black. Is how I do
Yeah.
it. So,
Yeah.
I think as well, I'm going to leave M in Rook's care.
Yep.
Just so, obviously,
Yeah. As you
Tiny
leave,
Kobold isn't breaking in and taking M. Now that
As you
we're
leave-
aware of tunnel system.
as you leave M with Rook, you watch it. You sort of glance back as you leave, and you see Emily talking with Rook, and Rook just sort of going, "Rook? Interesting, Rook? Interesting," and they're just sort of like very brief statements back and forth.
The most awkward yet animated conversation ever.
Yeah.
Sorry to put pain. Can I say one other thing as well? Rather than just leaving Mortimer and the portal dagger on my bed, having checked the vault the night before, Val will probably go down again and put those items in the vault.
Okay, so you go back down to the vault and you place them within the vault on the shelving.
Yeah. It's especially knowing that the portal dagger, there are third parties that are interested in trying to acquire it, so...
Okay. All right. So, Tali, you take Gunter and Val to one side just as you're all about to leave the jigging jester.
Right, you two. You need to be on your best behavior tonight. This is going to be very difficult for both of you. Some more than others, and she's going to look at Val. Just don't do anything stupid. Don't pick any fights. Just avoid them if you can.
Yeah, I will do my best.
We'll
We'll
try.
deal with him. Just not during a ball. There will be civilians there. It will be. We don't have time to be babysitting other people. People could get hurt. We're going to get him. He's going to be a politician. He's going to be slimy. You're not going to get dirt on him. Like, he'll have immunity. They always do. So, we look for dirt, but stay out of trouble.
I will endeavour to avoid any
You'll promise not to do anything, Val.
physical interaction with him. I can't guarantee that if he comes over and tries to make conversation, that I
I'm
won't
not-
just...
Don't say anything stupid, huh?
I I'll try not to.
Don't piss him off. Don't give him the idea that we know who he is or that we think that he's up for something.
I will do my best.
Why am I not reassured? Alright, let's get this over with.
Okay.
Just going to mention for Paddy's sake, I am also going to be wearing the necklace of nightmares that I keep forgetting I actually own.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
That one's definitely easy to pass
I
off.
was about to say the same thing because I've got a necklace of fireballs, apparently.
Yes, you
Yep.
do. You do have an necklace of fireballs.
So
Would that be fine to take in?
That blend in quite well with the outfit that you
It
have.
might be,
Yeah.
actually.
I think everyone's going to mistake you for a monk, which is probably good.
that is probably
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And we're early.
Just coming up to 8
Yeah,
o'clock.
early today.
Early.
Yeah.
Normally it's like 8:30. We'll see.
So the ball is complete.
Yeah.
Nobody did anything stupid.
Went
We
off
got out
without a
scot-free.
Yeah.
We got all the evidence we needed to deal with the diplomat. And
Finri
we
did not
got
see
in.
Fiona's outfit. They didn't see each other all night, so Xandal didn't die.
Are we going to take the opportunity to break?
We'll
wait
wait
for
until.
Paddy.
Oh,
Wait
Yeah.
till he's
yeah.
back.
It seemed like it was taking a while, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
God
think he's back
damn
now.
it. Discord.
We said you're
I'm
actually
back.
early.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Just
Still
wait.
loading on my end. Yeah. We were saying that if we're about to go head to the ball, is it worth taking a break now before the ball starts?
Yeah. Yeah, we can take a break now.
Yeah.
You know, sorry about technical difficulties. At some point, I am going to have to do something about this Discord. I have no idea what causes that, but
It's the same
It's
time.
probably an internet connection on your end, Paddy. I
Yeah.
don't think it's the Discord.
I don't think it's
Otherwise, if it was the
Discord, I think-
Discord, we'd
yeah.
all have the issue.
yeah. Anyway, go. We're going to take a break. Obviously, everyone go get drinks, go get snacks, go do whatever you
In
need
your
to do.
bodies.
Whatever you need to do. We will be back soon, and we will see how this ball goes.
Swimmingly, I imagine.
Yeah, it's
Fine.
not.
It's the worst that could
Absolutely
happen.
not.
It's like a
It's the
Dr.
worst that
Pepper
could
ad.
happen. You know, international war starts.
Dr. Pepper.
On that note,
You ready?
right, catch you in a bit,
Come back
guys.
for chaos.
Catch you in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back. So, hope everyone got what they needed on break, etc., etc. If you didn't, then sorry, you may have to miss something whilst you nip to do whatever you need to do. Sorry.
Hold it in.
Anyway,
Oh, try not in it.
just don't hurt yourself. Anyway, pardon me. So, the group set off from the Jigging Jester, heading towards Halcyon Heights and the Sovereign Citadel. Meanwhile, Xandal, you approach the outside of the Shattersun estate, which Lord Shattersun is a lord. He is rich. He is a member of the peerage of the sovereign city of Maham. But compared to like the giant manor houses and small palaces, this small unassuming cottage, sort of 3-story cottage, nice brickwork with ivy growing on it,
Cottage of
Tiled.
3 stories.
it looks cottage-like, with a tiled roof and a chimney with wisps of smoke coming out of it, is completely out of place. The only reason that you can tell this person is rich is because you've had to walk 20 minutes from the border of his land to get here. It's situated in one of the only forested areas in Halcyon Heights. But as you approach, you can see the front door, and you can feel the nerves beginning to set in now.
He does like another final check of himself. Yeah, like the 15th final check of himself.
Yeah.
And slowly makes his way up to the door. Takes a moment. Knocks.
You knock, and the door immediately swings open, and you end up having to look up and up and up and up as the 8-foot tall figure of Lord Cyrus Shattersun stands there. And have any of you heard of like tales of like medieval blacksmiths having arms and legs like tree trunks?
Yes.
Lord Cyrus is very much that. He has great, big, muscular arms and legs, a barrel chest, wild mane of hair, and a big, bushy beard. And he's dressed in a suit, but it's very understated and plain. It's white with like some very faint gold embroidery, and you can see he's got a symbol of Pelor over his chest, and he goes, "Aha, Xandal!" And he immediately scoops down and picks you up in one arm and just brings you into a bear hug.
Hello, Lord Chatterson. How are you? It's been a while.
Now, what have I told you, Xandal? It's Cyrus, remember? I won't
Of
be having
course.
any of this lord nonsense. I am the same as every other person in this city, except for the standards of my birth.
Of course. Something I've endeavoured to live by myself.
Indeed, it's why I agreed upon the betrothal between you and Finri. Although, and you watch as he's still got his arm round you, he's still hugging you, and you feel the pressure slowly increase as his face darkens. Although what you did hurt her, Xandal. You know I don't like things that hurt my daughter.
I know. I have tried to apologise many times, but of course she left the city not long after said event, and I hadn't seen her until just a few days ago.
The pressure lessens, and he sort of looks you in the eyes, and his eyes are these like very deep set, almost like black beetle eyes, and he just sort of goes, "Well, I'm willing to give you a second chance if Finri is, so. But I will be
Wonderful.
watching you, young man."
Thank you. Speaking of which, I have brought a gift for yourself, and he presents the pendant. I feel this may be to your liking.
Ah, wonderful! He takes it, and in his hand it looks tiny, but he takes it and quickly like pops it around his neck, placing it over the top of his suit, and he goes, "Ah, wonderful. Thank you, Xandal. I'm
Of course.
touched by your thought of me."
And if I may ask your permission to take your daughter to the ball.
Like I could stop you and her. You know what she gets like.
Yes.
It's at this point you just hear steps coming down the stairs behind him, and you see Finri coming down in that beautiful metallic liquid silver gown with a light bit of makeup applied, her hair done in a beautiful sort of knot with cascading down her back, and she sort of goes, obviously her wings sort of furled up against her back, and she goes, "Oh, right on time, Xandal."
You look absolutely amazing, Finri. These are for you. And he presents the flowers.
"Thank you. Oh, they're lovely. Thank you so much." And she takes them, and you watch as she puts them in a vase, in a bit of water. And Cyrus is sort of standing back and just watching this interaction quietly.
You can almost sort of like feel how awkward Xandal is. He doesn't do well in social situations at the best of times, and he is genuinely trying his best here. He's doing all the nice compliments. And I mean, he is still extremely flabbergasted at the sight of Finri in said dress.
Yeah. You see Cyrus is giving you a look as if to say, like, he knows what you're thinking, And like
Yeah,
half
that
of
book is haunting Sandal right
Yeah.
now.
there is, but it's the thing of the look is it's half approving of you, like being good for his daughter again and being actually interested, but at the same time it's the fatherly protective instinct
Yeah.
at the same time. But Finri finishes with the flowers and then goes, well, shall we get going?
Yes. And he offers arm as best he can.
She takes your hand and giggles, and you see Cyrus just give a small huff as he follows you two out, closing and locking the door as you begin making your way towards the Sovereign Citadel as well. As you all begin arriving at the Sovereign Citadel, you guys, the rest of the group, you see Finri first, easily. she stands out, and you're like, okay, where she is, Xandal must be.
Mhm.
And you see her in this beautiful liquid silver dress with her wings behind her, striding towards the Citadel. And there is flocks of people, well dressed, flocking towards the Citadel. Some arriving in carriages, some arriving by foot, some arriving by horseback. But the guards are slowly checking people in, and you can see pages guiding people from the entrance towards the ballroom. So, as you
There we
all
go.
meet up outside and congregate together, Lord Cyrus sort of goes, I don't believe we've had the honor of meeting yet. I am Lord Cyrus Shatterson, the father of this wonderful young lady here. Wouldn't you all agree?
Yeah, sure. You're pretty big.
Ah, yes, I was blessed by Pelor with a strong constitution, and I spent much of my youth in the woodlands around my home. I grew strong, and I give thanks to the gods for my health and my strength.
Gods indeed, right?
I believe, he sort of holds out a hand to you, Talia. I believe I should give my congratulations. I believe you are being named as the new Ravens champion.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am, though not a ordained member of the Church of Pelor, I am a strong believer and a believer in all of the gods, but mainly Pelor, as he blessed me with both my wife and my daughter.
Val's
Yeah.
just stood there fairly awkwardly to one side.
And Fiona sat next to him.
Have you met the rest of our group? This is Val, this is Bossum, this is Vienna.
Pleasure to meet all of you. He sort of glances at you, Val, and you've got the Trifarian pendant. How on show is that?
So if you imagine maybe 15% of the top is on show, but also part of that would be the loop that the chain goes through as well.
Yeah.
So maybe only actually 10%. But my suit is also gently.
Yeah. You see him sort of glance over you, Val, and sort of like his eyes gain sort of a knowing spark, and he goes, "Ah, so you're Fandor's boy."
You could say that.
I've heard lots about you. He offers out a hand.
And I shake it, and I'll go. Mostly
He doesn't
good, I hope.
shake, he clasps your forearm,
Oh, okay.
and he goes, I may not be a warrior, but if you ever need any help, let me know. I may not follow Trifarian, but I agree with a number of his teachings.
He accepts a lot of us that may be lost by other, religious groups.
Indeed, indeed. And I know the need for oversight. I heard about the recent unpleasantness at the cathedral with that new archbishop. Can't believe one would make a deal with devils.
She was dealt with.
Indeed. And if you hadn't have done, I was beginning a small movement to begin investigating her, but it's rather hard to get that moving when other nobles get in your way.
Well, nobles like to do that sort of thing.
Indeed. Anyway, I will leave Finri in your more than capable care for the evening. I have to make the rounds and make myself known. But it's been a pleasure meeting you all, and if you ever need anything, please feel free to come by the estate.
And you
Sure.
enjoy your evening.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
You watch as he strides off, immediately being waved past by the guards, and you can see him going for quite some distance. He stands head and shoulders over pretty much everyone else here.
Hopefully big, Finri.
Not as tall as my mother.
Not as what?
My mother. She was one of the angels of Pelor.
Wow, you already picked them, Xandal.
What?
Get in here. Let's go in.
So distracted.
Val nudges Vienna and just goes, that would explain, like, the tall women thing.
Totally got a type.
Yeah.
Okay. So you all begin moving in, and the guards again wave you all in, but you do get stopped and asked to leave any weapons at the entranceway. That's up to you whether you want to do so.
Xandal has none.
Really. Ow.
Vienna
Do
will
you
say, I'll declare that I do have a ceremonial dagger on me.
Very well.
But you
You
are
watch
aware.
you watch as the guard makes a note of it and goes, please do refrain from drawing it except in self-defense or for a formal duel.
All right.
Val points to his shield and is just like, is this okay? I can't actually remove it from my arm.
You watch as a guard sort of reaches for it and his hands just go...
Yeah, my problem as well. I would like to remove it.
Well, it...
From the disco.
I
again.
mean,
I was just about to say that Paddy's having a
Stop,
like
it's
little rave.
sorry, it's probably because I moved my arms.
That's the effect of the ball coming through.
Yes,
That's
this the
it-
disco.
that's
It's
power.
like
Yeah.
playing loud rave music.
Yeah.
It's like a rave. It's like,
One of them sort of pokes his spear through it and goes, well, if it's obviously something magical, incorporeal. Does Ragnarvale know of it?
Does Ragnarvale know of it? I don't think so.
Nope.
One moment, and after about 10 minutes, Ragnarvale comes striding out,
So I should have known it was
sees
you lot.
sees it's all of you, and just you see his face just go.
You
comes
okay?
comes
Yes,
striding over,
Lachlan.
and goes. This shield is an issue, I believe.
I can't take it off. It won't come
does he-
off.
He like makes a few hand motions and mumbles a few things, and then goes. It is purely defensive, and it has no physical form. It is more than safe for him to keep. It's not a reason to deny him entry. Please refrain from making my night any more difficult.
No problem.
Oh man, your shoes are untied.
Nice try, Xandal. And he turns and strides away. And as he strides away, you can see as his robes flap, he is wearing slip-on slippers.
I would be too if I could get away with it.
Yeah.
But yes, the guards wave you in, and you join a small queue that paid after you've been escorted to the outside of the ballroom by the pages, and you can see people being spoken to by an announcer before you hear names being called out into the ballroom as they enter. After a few minutes, you get to the front of the queue, and the announcer goes, am I announcing you all as Armatae, or would you like to go in individually?
Individually, please.
Very well, who is first?
I guess me and Gunther.
Very well, how would you like to be announced?
Talia Darkfawn, member of Armatae, champion of the Raven Queen, and her guest, Gunther.
Very well. You watch as he turns out into the ballroom and calls out, Talia Darkfawn, paladin of the champion of the Raven Queen, member of Armatae, and her guest. And you and Gunter proceed through the doorway to the top of a set of flanking double stairs that swoop down and round into a beautiful ballroom. With the black tiles on the floor and pillars with torches. You can see at the other end of the room a beautiful banquet table set up. There is soft music playing, and there is a large number of people already in attendance.
I was going to say, Gunther will go down one stairs, I'll go around the other, and then we'll meet in the middle.
Okay.
Really dramatic.
Yeah, I've got to make an entrance, man. Come on.
No, so
There is
Extra.
there is a smattering of applause as you enter, and you can see people sort of taking notice of your announcement as the Raven Queen's champion.
Sound like I'm being laughed at.
Just turning that down a bit. Don't know why the previous music was quiet and then this has gone loud. There we go, turn it down. Anyway, but yes. Why is that one so loud? I checked this earlier and it was fine.
Sounds fine on my end.
You probably have to adjust every time, but
Yeah. There we go. I'll turn down the chuckler. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. So, you guys go down and you can see Barras stood at the opposite end, just behind the banquet table, and he gives you both a nod as you enter. The announcer comes back. Who is next?
Question. What is the earliest town Val remembers being from? Would it be the one that I got trained in as a paladin?
Yes. Yeah.
What was the name of that?
You ask difficult questions.
We could just say of town. We could just say of town.
About your own damn backstory that you should know.
I didn't come up with this town.
No.
But we could just say I'm Valdizian Thunderborn, Paladin of the Downtrodden from that town.
I would say you're probably from. That would probably be Daystone.
Okay, so Valdizian Thunderborn of Daystone, Paladin of the Down. Yeah, I said Thunderbone.
You said Thunderborn.
Okay. Paladin of the Downtrodden. Yeah.
Okay.
Something along those lines.
The announcer goes in and goes, Valdizian Thunderborn of Daystone, Paladin of the Downtrodden, and member of Armatae.
Close enough. And then I go down
There's always one that's got to be slightly wrong. It is custom.
Yep. Okay.
And I kind of follow the route that Talia took.
Yep. Okay. The announcer comes back. Who next?
Vienna will step forward, take a deep breath, and go, guess that'll be me.
Okay. How would you like to be announced, Barb?
I will be announced as Vienna Hylim of Naveen.
Okay. And then you feel an arm slip through yours, Vienna, and a voice go, and her guest, the Winter Lady.
Yes!
As you turn to look, the Winter Lady is there in her radiant beauty, wearing
we don't know who she is.
Wearing a beautiful, almost like classical ball gown, but made completely out of see-through gossamer material entwined with diamonds. And there's so many layers that the diamonds hide the figure underneath, just giving off this very faint silhouette.
Hell yeah.
Just enough to tease, but there's still enough to be allowable in polite company. And the announcer's jaw has just dropped, and he's just going, and she goes, go on, go do your job. And you watch as he turns away and goes, Lady Vienna Hylim, of the member of Armatae, and her guest, the Winter Lady. He's completely frazzled. And you hear
I can imagine it this time, like, Sandals looking at Blossom like, who the hell is that?
It's just like, like, what the fuck? Have you seen that hot lady?
There is also the fact of this woman appeared out of nowhere. Like, you are in a hallway where you're in a queue. You didn't see this woman walk up. You didn't see her come from anywhere. She just was suddenly there next to Vienna. And the Winter Lady leans into you, Vienna, and goes, "Why didn't you tell me you were going to a party?"
Want to come?
Well, we're always watching you, and I always like a nice excuse for a good, bit of fun.
Besides, I didn't realise you wanted to make an appearance.
Why wouldn't I?
Because she's going, what the hell are you doing here?
Oh, come now. Don't tell me you didn't miss me.
Vienna's just like, this is not going to be an easy night, is it?
Oh, darling, if things were easy, they wouldn't be fun. As you both proceed down the stairs, arm in arm, having your conversation with...
Vienna's actually more like zombie walking at this point. She's not even realising she is walking.
And the Winter Lady is taking up a lot of attention from majority men, but also quite a few women in this room.
Wait, that's actually making Vienna go, actually, this could work. This actually might work.
The announcer sort of like gently slaps himself on the face and turns back and goes, who next?
I suppose I'll go.
Very well. How would you like to be announced?
Where was I from? Because I can't remember exactly.
So I don't think you ever gave me an actual town you were from, and also Tabaxi are nomadic anyway, but you are a member of the Claret Order of the Lycan if you wanted a official organization to be part of.
Yeah, there was. Where were they based? Because I thought there was a forest
Just
or
from the mountains.
the Celestial Vale is where their main sort of base is.
yeah. I'll probably just be introduced as Blossom of the Celestial Vale then.
Very well. Blossom of the Celestial Vale, member of Armatae. You proceed in and go down the stairs as well. Urt goes next, and you hear an announcement. Urt, priest of Triferion and member of Armatae. As she comes in, and you can hear oohs and ahs about her dress, and you can see it. Talia, you see a number of women like looking down at their own dresses, and just sort of like there is some serious dress envy going on here.
Own it, darlings.
And finally, you and Finri go to the front, Xandal, and Finri goes, Finri Shatterson.
And her guest, Xandal Goldhill of River Run.
You can't call yourself Goldhill anymore, though. You've been
Yeah, the announcer goes,
Ah.
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot introduce you as Goldhill.
Then Xandal.
Very well. You watch as he goes back out and goes, Finri, Shatterson, and Xandal, member of Armatae. And as you both walk out and make your way down to the main floor, at this point you can see there's people milling around, and there's just general... It's the beginnings of a ball. There's a lot of chatting and moving from one group to another, and general gossiping and catching up. The band is playing quietly in the background, and there's people taking drinks from servers and occasionally going to get little bits of food from the banquet table. But you can tell that the evening hasn't fully got underway yet, and glancing around, you get the feeling the guest of honor has not yet arrived.
Vienna's gonna just slide up to Xandal and Finri and just say to Xandal, I noticed, I almost forgot you've been disowned on your surname.
Yeah, it's no big thing.
And she'll
forgot
turn to
before, but-
Finri. She'll turn to Finri and goes, "Have you considered giving him yours?" And walks off.
Finri sort of seems to think about it and goes,
Yes.
But that's for discussion.
Vienna, as you turn around, Lady Winter is there holding a glass of champagne towards you, and she goes, I managed to get some from a server.
Surprised she didn't get the bottle.
I think Talia's making a beeline for Vienna. She wants to know who the hell this hot chick is. Dragging Gunther with her.
Yeah, Gunther's coming along, and
And she's cool, actually.
Suddenly I'm feeling very cold. Yeah.
but yeah, Gunther comes along with you, although he's having to like physically hold his jaw up.
It's just like helping him, like, I'm over here, darling.
Yeah. Can we get you a dress like that next time?
Anything you want, darling. Just don't look at her tits. Oh, Vienna, who's this lovely, shining beacon you've brought with you?
Vienna kind of turns to Talia and says, "Do you remember me having a little bit of a drift off at one point, and then we suddenly went on an adventure to go and get Winter's Moon? Remember me telling you about a certain
Oh, you mean when we went to
lady?
that hag and we had to beat her and she was really, like, snow shit everywhere? We played snowballs. That one?
This is Lady
That's-
Winter."
That's... Wow. Aren't you a vision?
Thank you. And aren't you an interesting one? Ooh.
How so?
Well, it's not very rare that you find one so touched by divinity. It's interesting. And she sort of starts walking around you, and she sort of like places a finger on just like the tip of your cheek, and you can, as she does so, like the room's fairly warm, and as she touches your cheek, you just feel like you are back in that northern waste. The cold is just all-encompassing for just a moment before she withdraws her finger away.
See?
Very interesting. I'm sure grandmother would love to meet you. You'd fit in right with her aesthetic.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment.
Depends on your point of view. But we're here to party, aren't we? I do like a party.
Unfortunately, it seems a little drab at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet. I'm sure it'll peak up soon, right, Gunther?
Yeah, quite possibly. Lady Winter just chuckles and goes, "Oh, you mortals! This party's already interesting if you know where to look."
Oh, like what? Where?
Oh, I've already heard 3 plots of industrial sabotage, 2 trysts going on behind some pillars. It's all very interesting. You mortals are so brief, so fun.
Val comes up to the group and just goes, "Oh my god, they've got sushi." Oh, hi. Sorry.
This is Vienna, and this is her patron.
I know Vienna.
Lady Winter turns to you and just smiles and goes, "You are a dichotomy of strange, contrasting things, aren't you?"
I know what some of those words mean. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And kind of gives a little bit of a bow.
So much self-loathing but righteousness packed into one form.
So I've been told.
He's an interesting fellow, for sure. Keeps things spicy, right?
You're just the sort of mortal my mother enjoys playing with.
Val just hears the words "playing with" and kind of grits his teeth a little bit and just stays quiet.
See what I mean? Simple words set you off. So easy to get under your skin. Or scales in your case, I suppose.
Well, we're all here to have fun, aren't we?
Oh yes, I'm definitely here to have fun.
Where's Zandal? He came with Finlay, right? I've lost the
Zandal's with Finry, but he's trying to make himself as unnoticeable as possible.
Hiding behind Finry.
Yeah, which is essentially really hard to do when you stood right next to an angel.
Yeah.
You want to have fun, right? Let's go talk to Zandal. She's
Well,
gonna drag
you
me
go
in.
you go to say that to Lady Winter and she's just gone.
Oh.
And Sandal,
God.
you just feel a freezing cold hand place itself on your
Oh
head.
no! I shouldn't
Oh,
have
no.
mentioned Sandal.
He kind of looks around and looks up. May I help you?
Oh my. You see Finri bristle and her wings sort of ruffle a bit. But Lady Winter grabs your left hand and
Oh.
like drags it up and stares at the symbol. Oh, naughty boy.
It's a work in progress.
I
May
see.
I ask who you are?
Oh, my apologies. I am Lady Winter. I'm here with Vienna.
Put two and two together, Sandal.
No, he's working it out. He's just being formal and polite. He is very uncomfortable right now.
We should
um,
probably rescue him, Vienna. Before Finley
well,
kills him.
For sure, I can
Lady
rescue
Winter,
him.
may I introduce you to Lady Finri Shatterson?
My pleasure to meet you when one again touched by divinity. I've met your mother before. She's a charming woman, although a bit highly strung, probably because she hasn't been able to visit your father recently. And you watch Finri just go bright red at that. Yes, nice to meet you too. Don't worry.
I was
I'll see
worried
if I
about
can.
this ball, but not on this level.
Don't worry. I'll have a word and see if I can organise a conjugal visit. Although I hear last time that happened, you may want to invest in some soundproofing for the city. And Lady Winter just turns and like starts walking back to Vienna, leaving a shell-shocked Finri.
Yeah, just a
Well,
shot
he's not
Xander
dead,
as well,
so-
like, well, that was awkward.
I'm gonna quickly run over to Xandal and just like whisper in his ear. No, you've met her already, but Vienna's patron's here. Try to behave yourself. And then she's gonna walk off.
Yeah, I figured as much.
It's at this point that there is the announcer clears his throat, and you can see now that whilst you've been having these conversations and these interactions, the ballroom has filled much more, and you get the feeling it's pretty much everyone's here now. And the announcer clears his throat and goes, introducing the ambassador of Reforp, Lord Albrecht Worthington, his overseer Trey Nostra, and his date Valeri Friel.
I'm never gonna write all these down. Damn you.
Oh, it's the
How
name
many
thing again.
syllables do you want?
Right, name please.
So, Lord Albrecht Worthington.
I'm just gonna spell it phonetically for now.
Okay.
Dun. Okay.
His overseer Trey Nostra.
Mhm.
And his date Valeri Friel.
And his son, Phil.
And his entourage of 72
Bob.
servants named. Pull a list.
Bill, Bob, Ben.
Steve, Gary.
And Steve.
Steve.
Steve. Okay, cool.
Okay. And you see at the top of the stairs this. You know how you can compare people to animals? This man looks like a shaved walrus. Except without the tusks. He is fat to... He is obese. And he has been draped in the finest silks. But there's the saying of you could put a pig in a dress, but it won't make it a woman. And this is very much the image that you would get. He is already sweating. He is balding in the middle. He has this very small moustache. You can see on his like posh clothes there is already grease stains from
Ugh.
something he's already eaten.
How close is Val to Xandal right now?
I think Xandal, you were quite close to each other. You were all standing in a huddle, so.
Yeah. Xandal kind of just like leans into Val a little bit. Might not have to do anything yourself. It looks like he's going to keel over on his own.
I take it Val has recognised him.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you recognize the name, and you have flashes of memory of just not so much his face, but his figure, like silhouetted in doorways and that sort of thing. The woman next to him is this beautiful, pale, red-headed half-elf, dressed in a beautiful green, silken, like very tight gown, and she's like sort of like she's holding his arm, but it's very. You can tell she's only there for appearance's sake. She's not really actually interested. And the overseer, for a second, you think the announcers made a mistake because you don't see a third person, but as they start coming down the stairs, Val, you see that old gnomish man that you saw in the Patchwork Bazaar one day, just dressed in a sort of nice, almost like butler type suit. Walking behind them as well are two of those very large, like humanoid figures in that full like desert dress, like fully clothed, and you assume they are bodyguards for the ambassador for this engagement. But neither of them carrying weapons. There are no visible weapons on either of them. They are still in this full body covering clothing.
Val hasn't said anything, and it looks like he hasn't like moved or reacted. But where he's holding a glass, there is the faintest crack that has moved up the glass. The glass is still holding in his hand, and it's still holding the liquid, but there's the faintest crack where he squeezed it for a second and then released.
Got a stem and the stem snaps.
It's just like holding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You watch as Barras, Raknavale, and Theodos Quickquenal move over, and you can see greetings being exchanged and pleasantries being basically acknowledged, as is necessary at events like these. And after a few moments, Lord Rachna snaps his fingers and there's like a loud crack. And Barras goes, Lord Albrecht wishes to give a small speech and present a gift to the city of Maham. If you would all please listen politely. And here his eyes seek you out, Val, and you could just see the intent behind them as if to say, do not make a scene.
Talia's already moved to stand the other side of him so that he's got Xandal and Talia circling him.
Meanwhile,
And she just
Vienna's
gives Barras
keeping
the
an
nod.
eye on Lady Winter because she might.
Vienna, you look round, Lady Winter's vanished.
Where the bloody... Now she's worried. It's like, well, she could keep an eye on her. It was fine, but now she's gone. She's like, oh, God.
Is Blossom with the group of us, or is Blossom?
I would assume Blossom would have stayed with the group.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. You watch as Lord Albrecht sort of Barras moves to one side and Lord Albrecht moves forward and goes, greetings, people of Maham. Thank you for such kind welcome. We of the city of Reforp are grateful for your hospitality. And we are eager to maintain the friendly relations we have had throughout the years. May the god Pelor shine brightly upon both yourselves and our own fine city that he has blessed so wonderfully. As a token of goodwill, he snaps a finger, and those two large figures move over to a side and pick up a sheet-covered object and bring it over. He goes, "We present you this marble statue," and he reaches up and pulls, and you see as it pulls off, it is a statue of a very pious-looking human man wearing full plate armor, with a sword raising towards the sky and a very righteous look chiseled into his face. all of you make me perception checks. Damn.
Oh, wait, okay. I'll take that. Natural 20, apparently. Wait,
Oh, click
why
the
did
wrong
that
one on
roll
that.
again? Oh, someone else has got the same coloured dice.
That's
Wait,
it.
it was me that rolled the natural 20, wasn't it? Yes, 28.
So, the rest of you just see this statue. It's got beautiful craftsmanship to it. It's a pretty standard, like, heroic figure statue. You think it'll probably get put in a gallery somewhere, and that'll be it. Talia and Val. It's very, very subtle. Very subtle. But you can just make it out at the feet of this heroic figure. There is very, very faintly, like almost imperceptibly done into the sculpture, dragonoid, tiefling, tabaxi, lizard folk, bugbear. Just, there's not full figures, there's just enough to give the hints of these figures being beneath this figure's feet. Again, it's so subtle that unless you are very perceptive or are looking for it, you never notice. It almost looks like bits of like scenery or like grassland at his feet, but you, knowing what to look for, can just see like bits that are like patches of fur, bits that are bits of scale and a bit of horn, that sort of thing. And Lord Albert goes, "May this statue show as a sign of friendship between our two cities." And there's a round of polite applause. You know, the very obligatory, okay, someone's given a speech, yes, yes, very nice. And then the orchestra starts up again and people begin moving to their conversations. You know, it's a few people go over to speak to Lord Albrecht, but a lot of people seem to be giving his party a bit of a wide berth.
Straight after his little speech, you just hear like Val taking the deepest of breaths, as if he had literally been holding his breath for the entire time. But also there is the tiniest little bit of blood where he'd bit into his lip, and he just wipes it away.
Did he on Val?
Talking about. And he tries to find a table to put this broken glass down on as well.
A server comes along, seeing you trying to do that, and just takes the glass off you and replaces it with a new one.
And I grab that one. Have you got anything a little sturdier? Scales and stuff. It tends not to be good.
Takes the glass from you and replaces it with a wooden tankard.
It's more my style anyway.
You're welcome, sir. And they move off. At this point, Vienna, you hear Lady Winter whisper into your ear, "What did I miss?"
Just a speech.
Be right back.
As
Just
you
the
turn to look at
usual
her,
bump.
she is adjusting her dress, and you see, like, behind a pillar nearby, there is a collapsed male form.
Well, it seems you're causing your own mischief. That's fine.
Did you expect anything else?
Not at all.
Oh, she sort of looks past you at the statue and goes, "That is hideous."
It is, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Pity it's so interesting at the same time.
It is.
I wonder if
It
anyone will
is.
notice.
I want a
Notice
closer
what?
look. I've already seen something distasteful.
Really? What have you
I
seen?
think at this point, Xandal is just
explain it,
making
comment.
sure that Finri is okay, seeing as this greasy, distasteful person mentioned essentially her belief system in a certain light.
Yeah.
So he's basically just making sure she's all right. He's also throwing glances around the room, trying to find the giant man that is her father.
You can see Finri has like balled her fists and is taking a deep breath, and then just sort of lets it out, and then you can sort of almost see she's thinking she needs to find some distraction, and her predatory gaze turns to you, Xandor.
Would you care to dance?
Her face splits into this radiant smile, and she grabs your hand and almost runs with you to the dance floor, with you trailing along behind in the air.
Yeah, he just basically goes to distract her for now, just keeping an eye out on various tall peoples of varying religions that he has come to like.
Make me a perception check as you dance, Sandal.
Yeah. That is better.
17. It's not hard to locate Cyrus. You see him stood in a corner of the ballroom with a number of people who are dressed in robes that you would recognize, signifying them as high-ranking members of the Church of Pelor here in the city. And they roll me an insight check.
It's 11.
It's hard to get a proper read from this distance, but from the sort of body language and the way they're talking, you get the feeling there's some pretty heavy discussion going on about what's just happened. Cyrus is the easiest to read. You can see he is... Let's put it this way. If he was a warrior, you'd be running the other way right now.
Yeah, I can pretty much imagine.
Yeah.
He'll go back to sort of like ensuring that Finri is calm and collected, because he knows how bullheaded she is. So
Finri is just like holding you up in the air against her chest and just doing her best to do like classical dances with you.
You know, like a dad with his daughter where he's just stood on the feet and they're just... Oh no.
So at this point, Lady Winter goes, "Are we dancing? Oh, good fun. Vienna, would you like to?"
All right. And she'll dance
She
with
whisks
Lady
you
Winter.
out onto the dance floor and begins dancing with you to a number of murmurs and jealous glances.
She might Talia will clear her throat at Gunter.
Talia, would you like to dance?
Of course, darling.
And you two whisk out onto the floor as well. So
Let's see if we can dance a little closer to that statue. I want a closer look.
now to get Blossom and Val.
At this point, tugs on your suit, Val, and looks up at you. Since Wilma's not here, will you dance with me?
Of course I will. Gives a
Unless
little bit
you
of a
want to
smile.
go see Ragnaman. You danced with him last time.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I forgot.
No, I will
Please
dance
tell
with
me
you.
I heard that from the dance floor.
Probably not.
Well, you weren't there for that ball.
Oh.
No, I will dance with her for a bit until she gets bored, and then I will return to my seat on the edge of the dance area, at a table with not a lot of people there, kind of just watching and observing what's going on.
Okay. So, goes out, and it's not as elegant as the rest of the dancers, but she puts much more enthusiasm into it. Okay, so Talia and Gunter, you guys, during the sort of dance, you make your way closer to the statue, and you can see it's just been left. It's just a feature in the room now. People are sort of sometimes going up to it and looking at it. Sometimes they're just like passing by it. Lord Albrecht and his entourage have moved across to the side, Actually, they've moved pretty much to the banquet table where Lord Albrecht is. As you sort of glance over, you watch as he rips the leg off of a turkey and just starts chewing it whilst talking with his mouth full to people, and that you can see bits of like food and spittle coming out of his mouth. But you guys move closer to the statue. What would you like to do?
I want to inspect it a little closer and see if there's anything suspicious. And then,
Okay.
depending on what I roll, we'll decide what I do next.
Roll me a investigation check. 24.
24.
Looking it over, it is beautifully carved. It is very, very good work. And again, you can see these very subtle hints in the way it's been done to show, like, basically human supremacy over all of her races, etc., etc. Looking for anything untoward or suspicious. Nothing that you would pick up on.
I don't trust it. But we'll leave it for now. Let's get away from that gross man.
Yes, of course. And you swing back into the dance. What is anyone else wanting to do?
I'm actually enjoying my time with Lady Winter, so.
Lady Winter properly presses up against you, Vienna, and is dancing as close as she can as she whispers into your ear. Just a little word to the wise, my dear. Do be careful.
I'm
There are
always
games. There are games afoot. Games within games. People move in the shadows. And though it's fun to watch, I'd rather you not get too hurt before we can get some use out of you.
So with that, Vienna kind of thinks for a second, is like, what can you tell me about him? You know much.
And why should I tell you anything? Isn't it more fun to let you try and figure things out on your own?
That is true. Are you warning me that these games are something to do with him?
Oh, I merely mentioned that there are games afoot. I never told you who the players are. To do something like that would require me to give you that information. And you know you should never try to be beholden to a fae.
That's true. You're right. It's fun to find out myself. And smiles and carries on.
Oh, you are wonderful. Grandmother chose so well. And she, like, leans in, pecks you on the cheek, and then spins you away, and you sort of, like, crash into another woman, and she spins off and grabs a man and just starts dancing with them as just a swift partner change. And you watch as she just waltzes off into the crowd, and you lose sight of her.
Oh, that's her gone for the night. And she turns to the woman she's crashed into and is like, sincerely apologise. Brushes her, picks her up.
The woman is a black tabaxi in a deep red dress, and she goes, "No problem, dear. You seem to be having fun with your date, and she seems to be having fun of her own."
With everyone else's date.
Everyone else's, yeah. Yeah, she likes to cause a lot of chaos.
I know the type. They're normally the best in the sack, and she walks off.
Oh, yes. The first is real.
Okay. So, as the evening draws on, you can see again there are people sort of approaching Lord Albrecht, some of them talking to him, some of them just sort of talking at him whilst he's eating, and he literally does not leave the banquet table. He is just eating and eating and eating.
Are the two bodyguards sat next to him, or are they further away from the banquet table, or...?
They are not sat. they are stood, and they are stood probably about. They're both probably about sort of 10 feet away on either side of him. They're not being like overly all over him, but they are maintaining a presence.
Okay. Is it possible to tell what... I mean, you mentioned that they were large and that they were humanoid. Is it possible through their clothing to tell what kind of race they are? Or would, if I go a bit closer, would I be able to try and glean, you know...
Make a perception check.
Yeah. Oh no, that's it. Hang on. Get the right character. Nat 20 with a
Wow.
+5.
Damn, you guys are on point with these tonight.
Yeah, but if we
Number
were in
2, baby. Yeah.
it'd be completely different. Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at these figures, the clothing they're wearing covers pretty much everything and obscures a lot of their form.
Okay.
But from what you can gather, they seem to be very heavily built.
Mhm.
And at one point, when one of them moves, you just catch the faintest like gap in the cloth, and underneath you see what looks like red skin.
Okay.
Whether you can't tell whether it was skin or scales, but you caught a flash of red.
Okie doke. It's worth knowing. Do the servers are the servers only serving specific types of drinks, or are they doing requests as well?
You can see that there are ones that are moving around with like trays of specific drinks, but there are others who are just sort of loitering around waiting to take orders.
Okay. Val's just going to order a whiskey, and when the whiskey turns up, because it's a posh do and it's probably nice whiskey, he's going to pull out his hip flask and he's going to pour the whiskey into his hip flask and kind of put it back into his jacket.
Yep. Okay. The server watches you do that, and just you see them you see the jaded look in their eyes. They've seen this often. This is something that happens.
Yeah.
They take the glass from you, go, another, sir?
Yes, please.
They head off and go to refill the glass.
Do any of the group have any of the group stopped dancing at this point, like so that
Yeah,
I can
Fiona
rejoin?
has.
Yeah.
I think Gunther and Talia are probably tired of dancing for now. We'll navigate back to Vienna.
Finri and Xandal are still going strong.
I was going to say, Vienna, in fact, would actually, when Lady Winter disappeared, she'd be looking for Val, because she kind of knows, even though she doesn't know the details, she understands his hatred against slavery because of the whole hag thing. So she's going to be keeping an eye on him.
What, do you come up and sit next to her and have chats, or are you still at a
She's
distance?
just watching for the moment, unless you sort of make eye contact to say, oh, you're okay, sort of thing.
Yeah.
She's just kind of keeping an eye.
Well, I was more going to come over to anybody that stopped dancing just to have a chat and natter about.
Well, we're here.
Yeah. I just, whoever it is, I just go, what do you think would happen if I cast haste on Finri right now?
Maybe not a good idea to be spell casting here.
That
I
was
know
the
it
worst
would
time
be
to
fun.
come back.
And Xandal gets spun off.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about behaving, Val?
I wasn't going to do it. I just think it would be funny to see Xandal.
Oh, it'd be hilarious.
Spun
and
round
I
faster.
would love to see it happen, but
We can always play pranks on him when we get back to the Chicken Jester, but not in the ballroom, huh?
True.
wait until they get into the bedroom and cast haste.
Ah, Vienna! I love your work. I mean,
On which one?
he looks a
Sorry,
little
I think I spent too much time with Lady Winter. I will
Oh,
clear
not
my
enough
brain.
time, am I right? Shall we
Yeah.
go over? Oh God, where is she?
I don't know. She went off with many people.
Want me to look for her?
Leave it to it. She's having fun.
As long as she doesn't cause any trouble.
She doesn't seem to be causing trouble for me, just herself, which I'm fine with.
Fair enough. Did she say anything about the guests?
Not really. She's fey. She won't give information freely, and I didn't want to bargain with her for information, so...
That's probably wise. Oh God, that guest is a pig, isn't he?
The sooner
Isn't
they,
hideous human being I've ever seen.
Ugh.
The sooner he eats himself to death, the better. And then Val just catches what he's just said and is just like, sorry, need another drink.
The server comes back with the whiskey.
Yeah, thank you. Some thoughts should be staying in my head right now, I think.
Like, call them and be like, can I have some whiskey too, please?
Of course, man. And he goes
Thank
off,
you, darling.
fetches another one.
Fill up my hedonistic flask that I've got hidden in my bosom.
Fiona's looking at you both going, how? What is this tradition of sneaking drinks into hip flasks?
Well, not all of us got to be dignitaries and be in to-do places. So when there's the good stuff being dished out, you reserve some for yourself for later.
I just demand it.
Yet, well, that doesn't work here, unfortunately.
And, sometimes you want good stuff for the road, and, we have travelled for days on end before, so having a little bit of a supply is always handy.
That's fair.
As you are all talking, Xandal, you eventually get a reprieve from being danced
The most uncomfortable person in the entire room.
as Cyrus comes over and takes a turn dancing with Finri, and they cut an intimidating sight amongst this crowd. The two tallest people in the room sort of dancing with each other in the middle of this crowd of people. But you get a moment to sort of take a respite, and you end up close to the statue.
Okay. Yeah, I think Xandal's going to sort of like get a drink for him and Finri, and another drink for him. Probably a third drink for him.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
The
but yeah,
server
he'll be
knows
looking at the statue.
Yeah, the server knows the signs and was prepared with multiple glasses.
Yeah. Thank you. As he sort of like drinks his first two drinks and then wanders off with her drink and his official drink. He's looking at the statue sort of like more in depth.
It's at this point, Haslick pipes up in the back of your mind. Oh, that's interesting.
What the poor taste in statue?
I've seen worse, I'll admit, but it is still terribly tacky. No, I'm speaking of what it's made of.
Can I take a closer look?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check with advantage.
Okay. I'm also going to very subtly activate one of my wasp drones, my dumb mammal.
Yep, it crawls out from under the collar of your shirt where you had tucked them away to hide them.
So 18.
18. Looking at it, you can't see what Haslick's talking about. It just looks like marble. There's a couple of strange veins of crystal running through it, but nothing that you wouldn't expect from regular marble.
What do you mean? What is it made of? It seems to be made of stone. General stone. Though if Daegris was here, he might have a bit better insight.
It's pronounced Dagus.
Copy Dagus.
You just hear Haslick sort of chuckle and go, Trust is a two-way street.
Yes.
And so far we've been doing well, but I can't give you everything. They wouldn't trust the information anyway if there wasn't some form of cost attached.
What is your cost?
1 hour in control of your body in a controlled environment.
When?
You may have whenever you feel you wish to give it to me, but it will be held in lieu. You may have a member of your party in presence to keep an eye on me, or you may lock us in a room and have them keep hold of the key.
Very well.
What's
Then
he
we
wanna
have
do?
an accord. That marble cannot be found on a prime material plane.
Then-
It defies physics. It's impossible.
How do you mean?
Look at the striations of the crystal, my boy. They're too perfect. They're too uniform. And as you sort of look, you now realize it is. When marble forms, it's all like the actual layers
Yeah.
and the way it's done. It's very chaotic. But on this, there's straight lines. And as you sort of glance it over, it almost reminds you of circuitry. No, I can't
Is it
say.
alive?
No, don't think so. It's not something I've ever seen fully before. I only recognize that it is not from your realm. But it's certainly alien. Whether they found something and made something of it, or whether they were given it, I can't say for certain.
I see what you mean, though. These crystalline striations through it. The opacity is off. It's almost as if there's no natural mineral within it other than what it's made of itself.
Indeed. Now, I've got a few theories, but I'd rather narrow them down before I make any hypotheses.
I will let you think on it.
Thank you
I
kindly.
will endeavour to keep as many people from murdering each other as possible for the moment.
Probably wise. Again, this could be completely accidental. It could have just been something they found and they thought it was pretty, and they've made something of it. But it always pays to be slightly paranoid.
Yes. Lady Naxter is in this ball somewhere, isn't she?
You sort of glance around and you see
Speaking of paranoid.
Lady Naxter is currently near Lord Albrecht, as she is like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, effectively. It's kind of where she's expected to be, but you can see from the look on her face, she does not want to be near this man. And
I wander over to where Vienna and Vala sat, just a naughty grin on his face. Vienna, where's your intriguing friend?
I have no idea.
If she ever comes back, it may be fun if she wants to wind someone up. He kind of like gestures over in Lady Naxter's way. And then sits down for a moment to rest his legs and
Xandal, if you
arms.
look over that way again, roll me a... It'll have to be another insight check.
Insight.
Nine.
9.
No.
Everything looks normal from what you can tell.
Yeah. But yeah, he kind of like just after he says that, he sits down, puts the drinks on the table, like rests his arms, legs, looks at Val. How are you holding up?
The whiskey's good.
Very good. How are your legs holding up, Xandal?
Better than my arms at the moment.
Having to reach so high, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe
get
we
somebody
should
to
have
cast-
asked Ragnar to... We had the same thought, I think, here, Val.
About to cast fly on them. Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe not. I was
No,
going to say polymorph to make you a bit taller.
Oh.
I have access to a spell that could make me taller, but I think that's just odd thing to do.
Yeah, a little. Funny, though.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to say it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whilst Val's sat people watching and mostly watching the guy at the table scoffing his face, is there like a pattern or a general knowledge of the people that's going to the table? Is it mostly like the higher ups, or is there a specific business type that he's interested in based on my awareness of the town? Or
So, I will say if you make this check in tandem with Xandal, you
Yeah.
can maybe get some information out of this, because Val, you don't really know the peerage of Maham. You interact with Barras, Rachnavale, Theodas, and basically a few people you've been introduced to, like Smythe and Cyrus.
Yeah.
Other than that, you've got no idea who these people are.
I'm just going to kind of turn to him and just be like, do this check, but also be just like, so who's that? And who's that? And who's that?
Yeah,
Sandal will be kind of like naming people that he knows.
Yeah, with
And
Xandal
essentially
providing,
their influence in town.
yeah, with Xandal, and also if Gunter hears this, he'll probably join in, as he's, a
Our eyes and ears.
He's an information gatherer by trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So between them, they're able to provide you with context to the people going up. So roll me a. This will be
Insight?
because you're doing this over time. It's investigation.
Okay. I wish it was insight. Insight would have been better.
Insight is looking into their
I
body
can
language
use one of my
and their-
Dormammu to help you. Give you a +3.
Okay.
Don't burn them all.
Wow. That helped.
So
7.
you sort of looking at them, it's pretty easy to see most of the people going up to him they're obviously the more wealthy nobles. There are a few of the sort of middle ranks going up as well, but any lower ranks who try to get close are sort of chivied away by the overseer. You don't see any rhyme or particular pattern to it. The only thing you can guess is a lot of, like, the ones who are pointed out most seems to be people who have stakes in merchants or goods. They're probably trying to get trade deals out of this, or better deals for their own companies or interests, but that seems to be about it.
And I'm guessing if I saw somebody that I knew, I would recognize them anyway without having to do a check.
So
the most part?
You don't see anyone that you know going up
So
to them.
nobody
Don't
from
see
the underground or...
Well, you wouldn't know if one member of the underground
Yeah.
had gone up to them, because he could be anyone.
True.
I mean, could.
And there's no duplicates of people. There's no...
No.
Okay.
Well, not that you know of. This is a crowded room.
Yeah.
Very
That's fair.
hard to pick that sort of thing out.
They're the twins, Gregory and Seamus.
He looks like a Seamus, to be fair.
Yeah.
To
Or
be
the other
fair,
one looks like a Bob, so... Yeah.
But seeing as you are looking in that direction, Val, roll me a perception check.
Yeah. 11.
11. You see as a young noble man, human man, goes up to Lord Albrecht's date. This beautiful red-headed half-elf in her very tight green silk dress, Valeri Friel. And he sort of bows and seems to offer a dance. And you watch as she just sort of looks at him, and she almost like flicks her hand, and you watch as he's pushed backwards away from her. But she never touched him. But the look in her eyes is one you would recognize.
Okay.
It's a look you've seen in the guard's eyes from your youth, from Albrecht's eyes, even now as he's looking around. It's the look of, you are beneath me. You are not a person in my eyes.
And in this people watching thing, Val is like pointing out random interesting stuff that he spots around the table as well. But also when that happens, you're just like, I imagine Vienna and Xandal are sat either side of him. He just like whispers to each of them and goes, she's a magic user.
Here too.
Huh?
I'm here
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I just meant like if we're
I
are we
know,
sat on
everyone keeps mentioning everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm
are
still
we
here
sat on a
too.
circular table or are we sat on
We're
like a
kind of all
row?
gathered around.
So it's a little circular table.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, in that case, I'll just be like lean in and just be like, she's a magic user. She's just that guy.
So are some of us.
I know.
So what?
It's worth knowing.
Is there anything you need to know from him, Val?
In what sense?
I want you to think about who I am. I'm a drow. Slavers are normal to us. Now, that's not to say that I'm in that trade anymore, but you can use me to find information if you need it.
Val's gonna sit there for a moment and just think. And he has questions that he wants answered, but he doesn't think they're answers that Vienna can get. So, what happened to his parents, ultimately, and a few other questions like that, which, in a business conversation, you wouldn't be just like, "Oh, there's Val over there. What happened to his parents?" So you
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to get those answers. And Val just like sighs and just be like, "I don't really want anything from him, ultimately."
Except his life, right?
But if you just keep it in mind for anything future, if it might be a way. But just to let you know that any intentions I have, I do not want slaves. It's not my forte. But if I need to
Just had a
pretend
thought,
to be,
actually.
I have a foot in the door, is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. And
Damn.
also, I was just going to say, also Val turns around to Talia and just be like, I don't want him dead. I want him to feel the pain that he caused people. That's all. To understand it.
Yeah, people like him never do, Val. But
I'm just saying the options there. If I know it's against your thing, but it could be arranged that he could become a slave himself.
I'm thinking more we know that is illegal in Maham, right?
It is not in the Underdark.
I'm not on about that. I'm on about the fact that if we were to find evidence that could potentially give Boras enough leeway to revoke a diplomatic immunity and potentially punish him for it. Xandor, you made a listening device for the underground, didn't you? Remember?
I did, yes.
It's a shame we didn't have more time to plan. Bringing one of them might have been useful. We could have got Vienna to honey trap him. Get him maybe think he's in like-minded folk and talk about it casually, and we get a recording of him confessing.
We know
I
how long the guy's actually here
think-
for.
I think for now, another concern is he might not be head honcho.
Mm.
The statue. It
What
isn't
about-
It's
of this
disgusting.
world. It is disgusting. It's very tacky
seen
and very poor
You
taste.
see the little indents in the bottom with it. It makes it look like he's stood above for anyone who isn't human-looking.
I did not see that. And he
Yeah,
kind
right
of
at
like
the bottom.
glances back at the statue.
Little subtle
Oh,
hints to tieflings.
Val points out Tiefling, Dragonborn,
Yeah.
Bugbear.
That's what I was talking about earlier, Vienna, the distastefulness.
Ah.
You think there's something
Well-
more to this statue? I could take a closer look if you...
It's
what I
not
mean.
of this world.
Not of this world? What do you mean?
The crystallization in the stone. It's too pure.
Where do you think he got it from?
Where I'm not sure.
Do you think it's
It's-
dangerous?
I'm not sure.
What do you... You can tell just by looking at it?
The crystallization within the stone also looks like circuitry.
What, like it's a machine?
Complex. It's to be fair, the best person who would know on that intricate a circuitry is probably terrified of all of you right now. It's the
You mean
one-armed
Nut?
kobold. Yes, Nut.
He's not likely to be in a place like this. Can you imagine the uproar if
No.
there was a kobold in the ball? People would be screaming, thinking it's a rat infestation.
His knowledge of intricate circuitry is phenomenal.
If only there was a way of capturing an image of something to show to someone later. Such a thing?
I've heard of spells that can pretty much do that.
I mean, I know you can extract memories, right? Ragnar mentioned something. Maybe we could all have a peeky looky and then get Ragnar to extract our memories and show it to Nut, see what he thinks.
Maybe. But it also means that there could be higher energies at play here.
I mean, I can always go and do a small check.
Like what?
I can be able to divine whether the statue itself has anything celestial, fiendish, or undead related to it.
I mean, I could just use the eyes, but I'm not sure if I want to see if anyone's hiding really ugly faces.
Do it! Do it!
But I see everything. It's weird. I'd probably be able to see where Lady Winter is if I used it too, though.
Speaking of ladies, I see mine heading over this way.
Uh-oh.
I got you a drink!
Eat something. Gather some stamina, Xander. You're going to need it.
Yeah. Finri
Pace yourself for later.
Finri comes walking over and takes the drink and goes, "Ha! Well, it's not the worst ball I've ever been to, but it's not the best either."
I'd say
You've
slightly
seen the
awkward.
statue, Finri?
Oh, yes, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah. We think there's something more to it than just key decor.
Oh? What do you mean?
You've seen the bottom of it?
Yes, Father pointed that out. He's not best pleased.
Xander says it looks really complex. Like, what did you say? Circuitry?
Yes.
It's vicious.
I mean, I don't see it myself, but I'm sure if we point it out to Ragnar, he'll have a quick look.
That's not a bad idea. Where is Ragnar? I'm gonna, kind of look for him.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception check.
At 20.
God damn it! So glancing around, you
Dice is telling me, but I'm gonna take it again. That's twice as
you can see over the opposite side of the room from Lord Albrecht. They're close by enough for it to be polite, but as far enough away as they can get away with. Almost bordering on being rude. But you see Barras, Ragnar, and Theodos are the other side of the room, just quietly talking amongst themselves and a few other nobles.
Are they kind of the same distance, but on the opposite side as we are from the other table?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Go grab him and see if I can get him to come over or look at it. I'm gonna go and saunter as confidently as I can with my head held high, up to Barras and Ragnar.
Okay. So you move over, and Ragnar and Barras and Theodos see you coming and go. Barras goes, Talia. Are you enjoying yourself?
I'd enjoy it more without the tacky decor and the unpleasant company, but we can't choose those things, can we?
You see the sort of a few nobles around you wince, and Barras, Theodos, and Ragnar sort of their faces are a bit like, but Ragnar goes, "You are always refreshingly blunt, Talia."
Well, sometimes there's no need for bullshit, right? Do you want to come and look at the statue? We've noticed something you might find interesting.
The striations, I believe.
Yeah, Xandor seems to think it's some kind of circuitry. And she's going to be lowering her voice.
We've already done all the checks we can.
You see the
Politely.
disgusting things at the bottom.
Yes, we'd noticed. Unfortunately, they are subtle enough that it gets away with it. But we've done all the checks we can politely do. Unfortunately, as it is a gift, and the gift giver is still here, we cannot do anything too invasive. As far as we can tell, though, it is harmless.
So you think if I was to take a closer look with the gifts I've been given, and she'll adjust her cowl.
That is entirely down to you, my dear, but from what we can tell, it's just a hunk of rock. A very distasteful hunk of rock, but a hunk of rock nonetheless.
Perhaps I could take a closer look once this is over?
Trust me, once this is over and we don't have to worry about any members of Refork coming around for a while, we'll be doing a few tests ourselves.
Taking it apart, I hope.
Unfortunately, we can't quite do that in case, they visit and ask to see it.
Why don't you just make a replica or something?
I'm sure they'll have taken careful consideration about that. Most people do when giving these sort of things. But we'll be able to take a few samples from places where they won't be noticed.
Well, I'll be more than happy to take a look as well.
Again, that is your prerogative. If you feel that it is necessary, please do so.
I'd rather do it in a controlled environment in that aspect. Nothing else in the room.
Well, I'm sure as members of Armatae, you're always welcome to visit the Citadel, so...
Well, we'll leave it there for now, then.
Very well.
Can I just ask the... Oh, there you go.
I was going to say, how are you enjoying the ball other than that? People behaving themselves, I hope.
Yes, that Lady Winter's a bit of an odd one.
Yes, you might want to be careful with that one. She's a bit higher up, if you know what I mean. And she'll give him like a meaningful look.
At this point, Barras and Theodos have turned back to their conversation, seeing that this was about the statue, and they're not listening. But Rachna sort of looks you in the eyes and goes, "Oh, I know. You may want to let Vienna know that we can't really stop her, but if she could have a quiet word to stop her starting cuddle parties in the side rooms, it would be most appreciated."
Cuddle parties?
Let's just say she's taken a fair number of the younger nobles aside, and...
Really? And Dahlia's just gonna be like, that's an interesting idea. I might go and grab Gunter.
I would suggest against it. The Fae have strange ways of making you beholden to them.
Is that any different to deities?
Deities don't do it with an ulterior motive.
You think
Fae
the
do.
Raven Queen doesn't have ulterior motives?
None. She does, but they are quite normally in your best interest, unlike the Fae.
I suppose. It is mutually beneficial for us, isn't it?
Indeed, whereas for the Fae it is merely
Them and them.
gaining power.
So, kind of like nobles, then.
Where do you think the current noble society was based upon? The Fae courts are timeless.
I'll let Vienna know about the cuddle parties.
Thank you. And he turns back to rejoin the conversations going on amongst Barras and Theodos.
I'm gonna kind of meander through the guests and mutter in thieves' cant. Obviously in a roundabout way, because that's how thieves' cant works, but I'd be like, it'd be really interesting to know if there's anyone from below around.
As you are making your way through, as you are passing by the dancers, a hand grabs yours and pulls you in against a strong male body with a dark skin complexion, dreadlocks going down the head, and a bright, flashing white smile. Should have known you'd be here, and spins
you
you
as
out
well.
onto the floor.
Like, dance.
And
Always.
as you dance, they lean in and goes. So, why are you looking for me?
For you. Is that you?
Hmm,
I'm implying the platinum drill or silver drill, is it?
the silver drill, yes.
I thought as much. This is a bit too upmarket for the other two, right?
They stand out a bit more than me.
Surprised you didn't bring Diamond for backup, though.
Oh, I don't particularly need backup as much. I have my own skills.
I was wondering whether you'd overheard anything from Mr. I like to eat meat in a disrespectful manner.
He is a bit of an oaf, isn't he? Well, that depends. Information has cost, I'm afraid to say.
Depends on the cost, I guess.
Why don't you make me an offer?
Oh, put me in a position.
Trust me, there's many positions I can think of to put you in, but I don't think your date would like it.
Really? You flirt?
Thought I had problems with Lady Winter, but okay.
I've never had so many propositions in one night.
I'm the silver drill. I'm silver-tongued. I'm a seducer, a talker. I do what's necessary.
I'll bear that in mind. How's that a device Xandal made for you? Holding up. Found it
Working
useful?
wonderful. Yes, and we've made a few copies as well. They're proving most effective.
Are you after anything?
Oh, we're always after things, but what they are and what we need, you'll only know when we need you to know.
I've forgotten how slippery you are.
Of course.
I can't really think of anything that I can promise without the group.
Well,
So,
feel free to go and speak with them. I'll be around, although I'll probably change my face after a while.
Well, we have ways of communicating, don't we, darling?
Of course.
Maybe you should go check up on, what's her name?
Lady
Lady
Naxter.
Winter.
Lady Naxter. She's looking a little uncomfortable.
Wouldn't you be sat next to that?
Very true, very true. Perhaps I'll find you later then.
We'll see, unless I find you first.
Have fun.
And he spins you away from him back into the crowd, and as you look back, it's gone.
Every time. I'm gonna find my way back to the group.
Can
Well,
I ask?
Xandal,
Oh.
You go.
Yeah, can I ask? The banquet, is it there's food that is provided in front of people, or is it a case of it's a buffet that this guy has just sat in the middle of the buffet and...
Everyone's got to walk around his fat ass to get to
Yeah.
anything.
It is very much a buffet, and he is sat at one end of the table.
Okay.
So he's not
So-
he's not in the middle.
So technically the food that's in front of him is food for everybody, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a
Um,
lot of hungry people going home then.
Well, again, the table is long. It's a massive, long banquet table.
Yeah.
If it was seating, it would seat 7 people on a side. So it's long, and he's only sat at one end, and you can see servers are having to constantly both move food up for him to reach, and bring out more food as he diminishes plates.
Val is sat watching this, waits for like a new turkey or a new like giant piece of meat to come out to be sat at the table.
Yeah.
And he's gonna neck a glass of whiskey, stand up, and walk over to the other side of the table where his meat has just arrived, and grab a section of it and put it onto his plate.
Okay. So you go over and you do that. Yep, you've got some meat.
I just look up to see if there's any reaction. Just to kind of smile at him, and as I'm pulling the meat onto the plate.
You look up and look at him, make an insight check.
Yeah.
When did he get up and move? Oh,
15?
I'll probably just arrive to be like, where the fuck is Val? Sandal, you were supposed to keep an eye on him.
You
I'm
look
sorry,
up
I was
into
talking.
these corpulent piggy eyes as they lock onto you, and you just see disgust. And you see him lean over to this small gnomish figure and whisper something.
Val goes to move his plate as if he's about to walk back to where he's sat, and he's just, nice to see you again, and then walks away.
I mean, you've gone to the opposite end of the table. They're a good 30, 40
No.
feet away.
What I meant was, if he's on one side of the meat, I'm going to be on the other side of the meat. I'm
So
grabbing
Oh, right,
from
so
his...
you're going that close. Right,
Yeah,
so
and that's
you
where
would have heard the whisper then. He wasn't being quiet.
Yeah.
You just he leans over to this gnomish man, and you hear him go, "Have someone replace that meat."
I just smile again. I just look. I smile. Pile the meat onto my plate and just be like, "Nice to see you again," and then walk away.
He sort of glares at you, and the gnomish figure you can see breaks out into a little bit of a sweat, and is like, as you're walking away, you can see him hurriedly sort of muttering to the corpulent noble, obviously explaining what had happened.
Yeah. I come back with a plate of meat and just be like, "Well, it was the freshest meat on the table."
Yeah. After a few minutes, you see as that bit of meat is moved away down the table, and a new joint is put in front of him.
I just thought of a funny game we could all play where all the non-humans, every time more food arrives, we just come over and touch it so he won't fucking eat it because he's a dickhead.
We've all got to pay respects to the guest of honor, haven't we?
No fucking way am I going near that fat prick. Nope.
I think at this point, like, Sandal's almost like sort of like off his seat as like Val returns, sort of like, that was interesting.
You are playing
You move
fire.
quiet when people are talking.
I didn't
He's
misty
been
step.
hanging around with
I
me
could
too
have
much.
misty stepped.
Yes.
If I wanted to
that-
do something properly, I would have misty stepped. And then I just carry on munching meat.
Sandal,
Yes.
you know you were talking about whether the underground are here?
Mm.
Big guy's here.
Interesting.
She had a little dance. He's quite the flirt. Who knew?
Did he
Silver
have
tongue, I
any
guess.
information?
Ah, of course, not for free. We have to offer him something if we want it. And there's no guarantee that he's overheard anything interesting. I mean, he's a slimy bastard. He'll have overheard something juicy, no doubt, but... He's happy with your device he made him, but I don't know what else you'd be willing to offer. I can't think of anything. I don't really want to say a favor for a favor, because fuck knows what he'll want us to do.
And, well, what about Ragnar Vale?
Do you think Ragnar Vale's going to work with him?
No, I mean, you went to go speak with him.
Oh, yeah, he's only seen exactly what you've seen, but he can't take a closer look because the pig's still here.
Yeah, makes sense.
They're gonna take samples and take a look at it once this is all over. I'm going to take a closer look myself, but I don't want to do it in a room full of people in case I see something I don't want to, if you know what I mean.
He kind of like looks around. He's checking sort of like all the people. I think we've been here a respectable amount of time. Would you care to go for a walk, Finry?
Of course, Sandal. There's some lovely gardens just outside.
and I'm going to get some fresh air. Bid you all evening. Enjoy it.
That Vienna kind of looks around and went, wait, is that a surfacer trick? You can do that? You can just turn up for an hour and pretend you've been here and just disappear?
Right, we
How
can
did
leave.
I not know that? Why was I never taught this in the underground? Get to talk.
Much as I
Sander.
want to leave, I don't want to leave Barras anywhere near that guy.
There is also one caveat to leaving. You tend to have to leave with the person you turned up with. And I think you've lost track of the person you turned up with.
Oh, good point.
It's at this
She'll
moment.
be around. Oh, shit!
Lady-
forgot to mention, and then because I was going to tell her about what Ragnarvale said. You might want to find her. She's making cuddle parties in the side, and I don't think they're cuddling. You know what I
I was
mean?
waiting for Paddy to go, and she turns up.
Yep. Well, it's at this moment as you guys are sat near a pillar and just walking out from behind the pillar, Lady Winter comes and goes, "What's wrong with cuddling?"
You weren't cuddling, darling.
No, maybe not, but it was fun.
Who'd you cuddle? And then she's not going to lean in because she's like curious.
Oh, Lady doesn't kiss and tell, but if you see anyone with a nice frostbite hickey, then you'll know.
I'm going to start eyeing up everyone that's just walked around anywhere where she's been to see if I can see
everyone.
anything.
But she, like, comes over and, like, properly sits down in your lap, Vienna, draping herself across you, and looks at the rest of you and goes, "I've been hearing that you've been having some rather fun intrigue.
What?
Well, you keep talking about that nasty, fat pig over there. I swear, if I was allowed to act outside of making deals, I'd have turned him into one. It'd be fun to see how he roasts."
I'm sure he's the type that would make a deal with you, though.
Oh, true, but that would require me to go near him.
Ugh.
I'd prefer to send one of the
But,
hags to do that.
What about his consort?
Yeah, that's...
She's rather attractive.
Oh, it's such a shame you mortals are so limited.
Why? Is she not actually pretty? Is she like... Is she so ugly, but she's using an enchantment to look pretty?
Something like that.
Hmm?
Oh.
I'm getting more and more tempted to try something risky.
I mean, it can't be any riskier than walking up and grabbing the guy's meat.
You what? Charlie's going to look at you. I just
Oh.
completely misunderstood what you
Like-
said.
Lady Winter properly leans over to you and goes, "Was it curly like a pig's?"
I mean, it was pork.
And then Charlie's just like gagging. Oh, I need to go and find Gunther. I need to look at something pretty. No
Gunther's
offense, though.
there next to you. Gunther's never moved.
I'm going to vomit, Gunther. It's so gross.
Oh, I'm sorry, Talia. I need...
And this
Wait,
is
can-
why Xander left.
Wait, can you vomit?
I mean, I can shit, so why not?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I mean, if I eat, like, I nearly threw up the salad.
I thought you liked the salad.
I did, but it was very spicy, and my stomach was not used to that kind of enrichment. I don't generally eat that often, darling.
I suppose that's true. At this point, Lady Winter goes, "Well, if you need any help with your little investigations, you know, could always make a deal."
And I'm sure that will go great for us, right?
I'd give you good rates. You're friends of Vienna's.
The last deal I made did not work out well.
No,
I mean,
heard about that.
You got it resolved, though, Val.
Yeah, true.
In fact, the whole getting the Winter's Moon, I'm still waiting for the catch on that one.
No.
Fiona turns to Lady Winter and says, like you said, some games are meant to be played. But if we need help on the rules, we'll come and call you?
I don't know. First we get the underground wanting a deal, and now you. I didn't know we were that popular.
Oh, you've become quite the central players without realizing. You've progressed from pawns all the way up to knights and rooks.
I know a
Is that
rook.
a
He's
good-
lovely.
Yeah. I don't think she means
Rook.
Oh, okay.
like in chess, darling.
The castle.
Yes.
Sometimes you've got to think of moving in a different direction. You can't get too stuck in your ways.
We're still talking about chess, right?
Maybe.
Didn't think chess was that flexible.
Depends on how you play and what rules you use.
And also who's looking in the wrong direction for you to move the pieces.
Ah,
Suggesting I would
cheating.
cheat?
I mean, it's only cheating if you get caught, right?
She looks at you, Vienna, and goes, I like her. But I suppose I can give you a little hint. Try looking beneath the skin. You might find a terror within.
What, you want us to cut him open?
Oh, I didn't mean him.
I think his consort.
With that, she gives another little giggle and then vanishes in just a small flurry of snow.
I'm thinking more of the ones that are all covered. I mean, why do that? Isn't it a warmer climate in Maham? They're all hiding away.
Well, it's more humid in Maham. You know, Reforp is a desert city.
Oh, is it? Okay. I've not been.
Well, Gunter would have told you.
Yeah.
It's where he's
Speaking of, how are you holding up, Gunter?
from. All right. I'm managing to avoid him. I'm trying not to watch his table manners.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought nobles were all hoity-toity and have to use like 8 spoons to eat a salad.
Depends on the noble, I believe, but yeah.
Probably just shove his face in the bowl.
I mean, there's a way that we could get him to shove his own face into the bowl.
What?
There's a bit of my Chaos Gremlin coming out, and I'm going to mention it, and
Oh, I
Allow-
just twigged what you're mentioning. You've got that thing, haven't you?
yeah, I've got something that I have been sat there, and I'm like, you've told me to be good, you've told me not to kill him, this may kill him. Just based on his own body weight, at the very least.
Vienna's kind of sitting there and she's going, I'm going to go make conversation. And stands up and actually walks over to both the lady and Albrecht.
Yeah. So Albrecht
gonna-
is
Grab Gunther and we're gonna dance and try and keep an eye on what Fiona's up to.
okay.
But subtly.
So Albrecht is sat at the table. The person nearest him is the gnomish overseer, Trey Nostra. The consort is stood a good sort of 5 to 10 feet away, just sort of close enough to still show that she is with Albrecht, but again, there is this distaste in her eyes whenever she looks at him. And you can feel, like, you can see she doesn't really want to be near him. Valeri just doesn't particularly want to be that close to him, but is required to.
Vienna's gonna approach Valeri and
Okay.
just be like, I haven't seen you talk to many. I thought you might want some company. I was going to introduce myself to Albrecht, but he seems otherwise engaged.
Valeri turns to you, looks you up and down, and just goes, no, thank you. Not interested.
You turn up to a ball and you're not interested in conversation with anyone?
I turn up to the ball because I was told to turn up. Nothing more, nothing less.
Very well. And with that, Vienna turns up off and goes, okay, I'll try my luck with Albrecht.
Albrecht sees you coming, and you watch him. I'm trying to figure out. They don't. Yeah, you can see there is a. Like, you saw the way he looked at Val and the way he's like looked at some of the other non-humanoid species in the room, and there is a glimmer of that still there as he looks at you, but it's not as violent. It's not as there in his eyes. And he sort of pauses in his eating and stands up and gives a. He obviously thinks it's a bow, but it's more of sort of a very faint bow of the head and a little bit of the movement of the shoulders. In Drow society, if a man had done that to you, then you would be cutting off their head right now. This is heavily insulting.
He kind of gives like a squint and looks him up and down and says, I just tried to have a conversation with your date. She doesn't seem very interested, so I thought I might say hello to you. I don't...
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lord Albrecht, as I'm sure you know. Valeri's a bit of an ice queen.
Oh, I know many ice queens.
Yes, you watch as he's been eating like what looked like a lamb chop, and he throws the bone over his shoulder and like wipes his hand on his sleeve and offers it to you.
Kind of pauses, but, you know, she kind of gives in. She's quite hard-stomached, so...
It is slimy and clammy and greasy. But he takes your hand, raises it to his lips, and gives it a kiss. And again, his lips are covered in grease, and you can just feel it on your knuckles as he kisses the back of them and goes,
Finger
"Pshaw."
licking good.
Broke a little bit in my mouth. Ew.
So
Vienna is a strong lady. She can cope.
it's I don't see many drow this far north normally. I mean, obviously we've have a number of them visit Reforp on a regular basis, and we have a cordial understanding. But
I'm a diplomat from Naveen. I work under my mother.
I've not heard of Naveen. I'm afraid it
It's a quiet city.
Must be far away. I normally deal with the drow from Duskmoor, far to the south, near the Verdant Labyrinth.
Yes, I know of them. So,
Yes, they do good work.
may I ask what the visits are a special occasion for? Just a running visit?
Well, obviously with the transition from Astar to Barras, a diplomatic group had to be sent, and I merely made sure to pass through a few places on the way and pay my respects. I'm being expected to go to a few other places after this, and before I return home.
With that, Vienna's just like, she's basically just chit-chatting to him, but she's just trying to find little bits of information about who, where his, you know, what his incentives are, really.
I will say make an insight check.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
The only thing you pick up from him is any time a tiefling or a goblin or
every time Gunther and
Talia will
Talia
walk
happen to dance past to eavesdrop.
His lips just curl, and there is just this intense hatred in his eyes. But that's all you really pick up. And the questions you ask, it comes across as a regular diplomatic mission. He left Reforp. He went to Cafford. He went north from there to Wibrig, Porphy. He came to Maham. He's going to go to Riverrun, then down to Daystone, Erinad, and make his way back that way to Reforp.
Wait, what was before Porthy?
So Cafford. Then it was Porphy. No, and Wibrig. Then he came to Maham. Then he's going to Riverrun.
Wait, so
Then to
Cafford, Whitrick, Porthy, Daystone,
No,
Erinad.
Yep, Erinad, Riverrun, and yeah, then back to Reforp.
Right, so the order is Cathod, Wilperic,
Porphy,
Porthy.
Maham, Riverrun, Daystone, Erinad.
Okay.
Can I just say, whilst this is going on, Val is just going to get some fresh air, but also have a nosy to see if he can see where Xandal and Finri have absconded to.
Okay.
It's basically going to stay at the top. It's going to stay at the
Making
top
out
of the stairs and just kind of have a drink in his hand and just look out.
Yep. So you look out over the gardens, and you just see Finri and Xandal just making their way around the gardens, just chatting between each other. They are holding hands as they move.
Like
How
Cinderella.
at the top of the stairs, is that where the guards table are?
No, so the guards table is at the front gate,
Right,
where you
okay.
had to leave everything. You then got escorted to the ballroom, and the ballroom opens out onto the gardens. There is a separate entrance that opens out to the gardens.
Okay.
Yeah, after the little chit chat, Vienna says, "Well, it was nice having a little chat with you." And gets
with you. Please feel free to visit Reforp at any time for any diplomatic needs you may have.
I shall consider that deeply. Thank you. Gets up, takes a little walk, casual walk through the ball, out towards the basin, and really thoroughly washes her hands.
You take 5 points of acid damage.
No.
God damn it.
You take 2 gross points. If you reach
Whilst-
5, you have a mental meltdown.
Val, whilst Vienna's been talking to Albrecht, Vienna, you didn't notice this because you were so busy being repulsed by Albrecht. Trey Nostra had moved away, and it's odd because he'd never moved from his master's side the whole night. But because of how enthralled Albrecht seems to be in his talk with you, he obviously felt he could risk it. Val, you just feel a faint tug on your sleeve.
I kind of turn.
There's no one there. And until you look down and you see this small, elderly, gnomish male looking up at you.
Evening.
I believe I ran into you at the market the other day.
You did?
I wish to apologize. It was rather rude of me.
It happens, you know. Busy markets, people bump into people. It's nothing that requires forgiveness.
Yes, that's very, very true. Very true.
I know.
You,
Kind of give a smile.
Sorry, what?
I think I know what you're about to say.
Make a persuasion check, Val.
Okay.
You're not saying anything here, but this is about your general body language.
17.
17. I'm sorry I didn't get you out sooner.
The important thing is you got me out.
Are you... have you been well? Has your life been better?
It took me a little while to get over the diseases and conditions that I had, but I found strength through belief and feel like I've prospered since then, and I'm trying to do good in the world.
Good, good.
Not gonna lie, I'm still troubled and somewhat haunted by the first few years of my life, but as often as I can, I try and focus on the good things.
Yes, yes. You watch as he sort of glances back behind him, and you can see he is skittish and worried, and is trying to make sure he isn't, like, basically making sure that Albrecht doesn't notice he's missing. He sort of looks up at you, goes, Are you trusted here? Are you high up?
I'm part of Armatae, and we've been named kind of protectors of the city. Good. Aside from the lords who can be manipulated, we're trusted because of our reputation and our actions that we've done. We have a great many allies. What is it that you're... What is wrong? What are you concerned about?
Roll another persuasion check.
Yeah.
Wish I was...
Nat 20.
Oh, fuck yes.
How many Nat 20s have we rolled tonight? It's just been...
3 so far. 2 by me, 1 by you.
He beckons
Yet
you
to
down.
be any nat ones.
He beckons you down,
Yeah,
Val.
Yep.
Worst time to be done that one.
He sort of gets close to your ear and whispers, I don't know what he's planning. I don't know what they're planning, but they're planning something. They're planning something. Don't trust the woman. Don't trust the men. Don't trust them. Don't trust them. They're not
When you say there, who are they?
not human. Not human. Not anything I've seen before. Strange.
What's the statue?
I've said too much. I don't know. I've said too much. And he goes and starts to move away.
Okay.
You can
Val
see it has taken all his courage to say that.
That's fine. Val is going to stay outside so that he's got enough time to go in and for it to not look like he's had any kind of conversation or interaction with me. And then I'll come in. And who's sat in the group at the moment?
So Vienna, I'm assuming by now has come back after washing their hands.
I will have probably followed Vienna with Gunter, so they'll have all gravitated back to where they were, I'd imagine.
Ert and Blossom are back, still sat there as well. I'm assuming, unless Blossom wanted to be somewhere else.
No, I'll still be there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to mention who. I'm just going to go say I've just had an interaction with somebody linked to our guest of honor, and he's up to no good.
Well, we knew that already. What do you mean?
There's no details, but apparently he's planning something big, and I've been told not to trust them.
Them?
Yeah, and kind of relay exactly the words that was used.
Yeah. So in essence, what you gain from that is Valeri and the 2 bodyguards are somehow not human.
Yeah.
Without Fiona kind of says, well, it's interesting you should say that. When I approached Valeri, she did not want to talk to anyone at all.
And Lady Winter said about looking under the skin. All right.
Is it enough for you to use your And Val's just kind of gives a look.
I hope I'm not going to regret this. She'll like subtly put a hand over her eyes and cast True Sight and look at Valeri.
As you look at Valeri, you see Valeri, the actual woman, is still there, but superimposed over her is this 8-foot tall, green, scaly skinned, humanoid amphibian.
And Talia's just gonna like just grab hold of Gunther's hand and like is crushing it as she's staring at it, and then she's gonna start looking at all the other people with him.
So you look at the other people with him. No one else has an illusion over them. Or is, in this case, shapeshifted.
Yeah. We need to talk to Barras and Ragnar right now.
There's
I
nothing
need to get them alone.
much they can do, but at least if they've got the pre-warning.
This is
It's
bigger
at this
than
point,
I anticipated.
Valeri looks in your direction, Talia.
Hmm?
And let me just check something.
She's gonna wipe my fucking memory or some bullshit.
From where you guys would be sat.
Quite a ways away.
Just double check where Ert is at this point.
Is sat with you guys.
Okay.
The only people currently missing is Finri and Zandal. Yeah, from where you guys are sat, she looks over straight into your eyes, and Talia, you hear a voice in your head. You know.
No shit. She's gonna say in her mind in the hopes that she hears.
Yep, and she goes. You watch as she like moves and goes to Albrecht.
Talia's gonna start muttering to Gunther, write this down now. Green, skin, scales, scary looking thing, I don't know what the fuck it is. Important.
Good, just like patting himself down, trying to find a piece of paper.
Oh, listening, right? Whatever it is, it knows I know. So if I suddenly stop talking about it, they probably did something to me. Act natural. And then she's just gonna turn around and start talking to the group and try and pretend to act like she hasn't seen anything.
You watch as Albrecht glances over at your group. A sneer forms on his face, and he turns and sort of glances around, and gets up, and Trey Nostra and the two guards and Valeri begin walking towards the gardens.
I'm gonna quickly look at the statue.
You look at the statue, it looks like a statue.
How far is Ragnarvale away from us right now?
About where you guys are. Good 90 to 100 feet across the ballroom.
I think they're making a move. I'm going to go tell them. Keep your eyes peeled.
Do you want me to misty step?
No, I'll get to him. And
Okay.
I'm going to make my way to Ragnarvale as quickly as I can.
Okay.
I'm
By the time
gonna.
you reach Ragnarvale, Albrecht and his party have exited out into the gardens.
I was gonna say, as Talia has gotten up to go to Ragnarvale, I'm going towards the gardens. And I'm kind of gesturing to anybody else that wants to come. We've got to go. We've got to do something now.
Well, you don't have to do something, you just need to watch. That's what she said.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Ragnar, we need to talk right now.
What is it?
That woman that's with Albrecht is not what she appears to be. She looks like a fucking lizard. I don't know what the fuck it is. I gained true sight from the Raven Queen. Don't ask questions, I'll explain it later. But there's an enchantment over her. She is not as she appears. She knows that I know they're up to something. There is definitely something suspicious about Albrecht. More than you already know. They immediately left as soon as they realized I knew. I don't know what they're planning.
He sort of glances over and goes, well, if you would, obviously we cannot act. He has immunity without proof. And unfortunately, just your eyewitness account does not count fully as proof. There's not much we can do. If you can follow them and potentially expose this, then maybe we can do something, but...
Keep our ass safe. He's a good king. I don't want anything to happen to him.
Oh, trust me, if anything kicks off, I'm teleporting him right out of here immediately.
Check everything in the castle. Anywhere that Albrecht has been. I don't trust that he hasn't laid something.
We'll see.
Keep that statue isolated. I don't trust it.
Again, we'll do what we can.
I'm gonna look around and see where the group is and be like,
Okay.
where are they?
They are out in the gardens now. As the rest of you go out into the gardens, you go out, you see Albrecht, you see Tre Nostra, you see the two heavily clothed bodyguards. You do not see Valeri.
Are they reacting to our presence, or are they still making a beeline?
No, they look like they are just strolling through the gardens.
Okay.
Vienna's actually going to keep her distance, but she is a little concerned that they're out in the gardens, but Xandal and Fenry are out there somewhere as well.
Just scanning the ballroom. I've not left Ragnar's side yet. I'm staying with them.
Yep. You keep scanning the ballroom. Nothing of interest. Other than... Oh, hang on. Make me a perception check.
Character sheet. Which tab are you in? Where are you? What my perception?
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, it goes
11. Told you I roll shit when it counts.
So, 11. Yeah, glancing through the crowd, yeah, you don't see anything interesting. Everyone looks normal. Everyone looks exactly as they should be. You don't notice any... There's a few magical auras here and there, like people obviously wearing like minor magical enchantments, but nothing that is like dangerous, from what you can tell. Yeah.
Where's Ert? Did she come out with you guys, or is she still dancing?
Went with the others.
So Xandal's still here. Xandal's out in the gardens, isn't he?
Yeah, he went out.
You are the only one inside, Talia.
Yeah. Unless where's Blossom gone? Yeah.
I would have followed.
Followed, yeah.
Yep.
I'm probably gonna think, Boras is human. This guy fucking hates non-humans, so it's probably okay. I'm going to follow the others, Ragnar. We'll try to make as little mess as possible. Keep Boras safe. And then I'm gonna like grab Gunther on the way. Troubles afoot. Keep an eye on Boras. Keep your ears open.
Yeah,
I'm going out into the gardens. If you hear a ruckus and we don't come back, well, I love you. And she's gonna kiss him on the cheek and then wander out to the gardens and try and find the others.
Alright. As you move out into the gardens, they're not hard to find. And again, Albrecht and his party, other than Valeri, are not hiding. They're just strolling through the gardens. Just Valeri is missing.
I'm just keeping my eye out. I'm looking for her more than anything else. I didn't spot her in the...
Make a perception check, Talia.
16?
16. Hang on. Okay. So, you sort of glance around the gardens, and at first you're like, no, can't spot anything. And then, over by one of the walls that leads out of the Sovereign Citadel, you just catch a glimpse of a hazy form as you see through the invisibility spell it had cast on itself, as this green amphibious humanoid has begun climbing the wall and is trying to go over it and out.
She's gonna run over to the others. Over by the wall. She's climbing over.
Yeah, but what can we do?
Nothing at this point. I don't know what it is. I've never seen anything like it. I think it's time... well, it's not time for the library now, but I need to do some research. Find out what it is. It wasn't the dragon bone. Or
We
lizard
never
dog.
actually found out how long these people are staying.
Didn't bother to ask.
Vienna, you would have been told during your talk
Yeah.
with
Probably
Alfred.
he was moving around, yeah.
He is like pretty much he's here for like the rest of tonight and a bit of tomorrow, and then he's leaving.
Could we let them go under, just keep it low profile? Let's research what the hell we're dealing with here.
Now, there's other things
We
I
know
want to
where they're
research in the
going
library
next.
Anyway, so...
We know where they're going next. We can
do?
catch up with them. Yes. He
Alright.
gave me a list of where he was going.
And you think he was telling the truth?
Well, there's some things to lie about, but that one's just too
Yeah.
insignificant.
Easier to lie if you add in a thread of truth, right?
Exactly.
Alright. I'm more concerned about that thing. But
By
it
this
seems to
point,
be
it has gone completely over the wall and is gone.
Yeah.
gone.
There's,
Whatever it was.
if we just start throwing fire things at it, it's...
Oh, I don't mean to fight it, not until I know what it is. I don't like going into a fight without all the information.
Besides, give it a false pretense that we've let it go.
Oh, it knows that I know, but... And it spoke with him, so he probably knows I know something.
So keep a low profile, pretend you don't care.
Right. Should we head back inside for now?
Sure.
I mean, I would like to walk through the gardens just to make sure that Xandal hasn't.
Shit, Xandal's out here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with.
Well, it's actually at this point, Xandal and Finri are just about to come back inside. They've completed a full circuit of the garden.
Okay, I was just panicking,
We see
knowing that
them?
they're
We see
walking. Yeah.
Do we see Xandal and
Yeah.
Finley? We should probably fill Xandal in as well. Go inside. Let them have their little victory.
As Xandal and Finri have been walking, they've been enjoying sort of like pleasant talk, but Xandal's had an ulterior motive as well. He's been looking out, he's been viewing like where he can for any particular sort of like people who aren't natural guards of Maham. Essentially people that are out of place or he knows for certain are guards of this other dude. He's looking for patterns and things like that. So
Okay. So the only two guards that you see from this entourage is the two who were with him. You don't see anyone else. All the other guards you see are standard Maham soldiers.
oh, hello guys. I came out for the fresh air too.
But well, if you're walking around, if this whilst you and Finri were walking around, there's no other guards. The only
No.
guards he has are the ones with him inside.
Yeah.
Whilst you're walking around, they eventually come out.
No, I mean as
with
he
him.
comes back round to
Alright.
they
Feels.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of
Something like that. It's been a very illuminating evening.
and it's not Lady
It really
Winter.
is.
For once.
Very well.
We'll fill you in inside. Come on.
Of course. I'll be right there. I'll be right back. I need to grab the charger from the camera.
Uh-oh.
I think Val has kind of had enough of the evening and is probably going to try and.
Oh, Paddy's gone again.
Twice in one evening. Wow.
Didn't that happen to the last one as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Last session.
Oh god, is it going to start happening more and more frequently? Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Please bear with us, we're having some technical difficulties. Our DM likes to make vanishing acts every so often.
Well, just like the other creature, he cast invisibility and climbed over the wall, so.
Just like,
Haha. Anyway,
you need a new Ethernet cable or something. Or are you
Wi-
wireless?
Yeah.
Ah, maybe you should go
Wired.
wired for a more stable connection.
I'll have a look. Anyway, what did I miss?
I was initially saying that rather than going into the party, Val's been trying to be on his best behaviour and not like just go up and stab people and stuff. So Val's gonna like make excuses just to go back to the jigging jester. He's a bit like he's run out of spoons and he needs to be away from people for a bit.
Okay. Finri sort of looks down at you, Xandal, and goes, "You should go with your friend. This has been a lovely evening. I'll stay with Father and go home with him."
Talia's gonna be like at her as she walks away. And nudges Xandal on the way out. Way past.
Never mind them. They like to wind people up. I shall endeavour to see whether my friends are okay. It's been a lovely evening, and we should do things like this more often.
She blushes and gives you a radiant smile before she gently picks you up, brings you in, just gives you a very light peck on the lips.
He returns the kiss, and he is blushing like absolute mad.
Before she,
Glowing.
afterwards,
Yeah.
she is blushing just as much. She puts you down, gives you a smile, and then quickly, and you can see like bashfully, quickly walks back into the ball. For all her
He
confidence,
sort of like,
she is a little rattled from having done that.
yeah. He kind of watches her go for a moment. The entire book that had been put in his head in one go just flashes through his mind. No, friends. It goes. That book is going to get that boy into trouble.
Fine.
Yeah, so he goes sort of like catch up with everyone, and
Okay.
I think it's only me
You
that's
guys-
going back, so
yeah, he's going to catch up with you and just
Wanna
walk with
fill
you.
Ragnar in what I've seen and stuff.
Okay. So, as you guys, who is staying at the ball and who is leaving?
So Vienna's actually going to sort of stand outside. I'm assuming there's like a balcony type thing.
Yeah.
She's actually just gonna, you know how people can kind of just lean on the balcony and just watch out. She's doing that, but she's kind of keeping half an eye on the Alberic's troop, and
Okay.
she's just gonna carry on until she gets bored.
Yeah. They just continue walking around the garden. Just, you can see Albrecht sweating and doesn't seem to really be enjoying it, but he's just walking around the garden. Okay. Talia, you go over and inform Rachnavel of what you've seen, and he just sort of gives you a nod and goes, "We'll investigate, but there's not much we can do."
I understand, we'll try. We've done it once before in Durna. Maybe we can do it again for here as well.
We'll see. So, Xandal, after the kiss goodnight, are you going with Val?
Yeah, I am. I'm just going to
Yeah.
make sure he's all right.
Talia, are you heading off now as well?
I
Blossom?
think we'll probably have a few more dances and enjoy the evening, and then me and Gunther will retire.
Okay. What about Blossom?
Yeah, I think I'll leave.
Okay.
I'll
And
bid you to Barras and stuff and be like, don't worry, we'll deal with it.
and will have left with Val as well. Vienna, are you hanging around longer, or well, obviously you were watching over them, so you
Yeah,
won't have
I
left
was
with Val.
watching and just seeing what they were doing. If it, because having a guy that unfit can only do so many circuits of the garden. Either that or he's going to collapse at some point.
God damn it! I should have stayed behind and cast haste on him.
We're about to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yes, eventually the ball begins to wind down. But in the meantime, for the four of you who chose to leave, as you head through Halcyon Heights and back towards the Gateway District, towards the Shiking Jester, as you get close to the Jester, walking down the main thoroughfares,
to be there.
you watch as out of a side alley a figure walks out and stops in front of you. Valeri is stood there.
Hello,
looking at you
darling.
all. You're not there, Talia.
Oh.
You guys are still at the ball. This is Val, Xandal,
Oh, right,
Blossom,
okay.
and
Sorry.
Hurt who
We said
left.
we'd left, so I didn't know if we were doing it staggered or all together. Right, okay.
No, you guys are still at the ball. You guys are going to be there for a good 30 minutes longer yet.
Okay.
But Valeri steps out in front of all of you, looks at you and goes, I was hoping she'd be with you.
Which one are you on about?
Alright.
And as I'm just gonna like pull out a handkerchief and just put on a glove and then put another glove. It's a bit of a cold night.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to dispose of you for first. And she snaps her fingers, and you watch as out of a couple of different alleyways, 3 hulking shapes start to move. And I'm going to need you
What
guys
is the meaning of this?
to roll initiative.
Yeah.
Never split the party.
We did it, guys. We split the
We
party.
split the party.
You
You
split
four.
the party. None of you have weapons except potentially Blossom, and none of you are wearing armor. I will stress this now, you will not be using your current armor classes, you will be using base 10 plus dex, and that's it.
Yeah, I'll turn my chainmail off and stuff. Cool.
Need to actually get the turn tracker
yeah.
up.
When you say 10 plus dex, you mean the amount of dex you have or your modifier?
10 plus your dex modifier.
Oh, damn. That's shit. You fucked. Glad I'm not there.
I mean, Val's got racial traits as well that helps with armor.
You're alright.
Right. So,
As this is going on, can I? Am I in range to link with Adomiat to at least start bringing me my tools?
yes, I would say so. And you,
Yeah.
by the way, as those figures appeared, you watched as Valeri's form rippled and morphed and changed into this hulking, green-skinned, amphibian, toad-like creature holding a staff with bones and skulls all over it.
And here I was hoping for the bone claw.
Nice.
Ooh, okay. Hang on. Da-da-da-da-da. That's a plus 2 as well.
Come from what support my pickle.
I need to stop the music and restart it. I thought that starting the combat music would stop the ball.
It's combat and ballroom music.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. Restart the combat. Right. So, top of the initiative, we have Valdizian.
Okay. Digit daggers are a +1.
Yep.
Does that mean I've got a +1 mace, I can use that for my hit roll, and then...
Yeah.
Can I just use...
it'll be piercing damage instead of... And it's
Yeah.
1d4.
Well, I was going to say, can I use the... Just roll it on Ert's character sheet for the damage?
Yeah, I'll allow
Yeah.
it.
Cool. So I am going to bonus action Shield of Faith.
Okay, Shield of Faith.
Then I am going to... Is it 1 dagger per turn, or is it 1 dagger per hand per turn?
It's 1 dagger per attack.
As in spawning them.
Spawning them, yeah. So it's basically you spawn it and then throw it as an attack. That's an
Okay.
attack.
I mean, it says it lasts up to an hour, so
Yeah.
I can spawn them and then...
Yeah.
Right,
You can keep hold of them and use them as close combat, or you can throw them as throwing knives.
yeah. Okie doke. There's me arrow. I'm going to move forward just in front of the group because I'm a little less squishy. And just kind of hold an attack for when they get closer. And then I'm probably going to throw one of the digit daggers at them.
Yep. Okay. So that's the end of your turn, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. The blue guy turns. So 5, 30 to get to there. I need to change the background on this. Hang on. Just realised I can't count my squares properly because I've not changed the line colours on this one.
I was gonna say.
That makes it a bit easier.
I was like, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, they're big. They're big.
And we're half an hour away.
30.
Good times.
We're
Well,
fine.
apparently I'm
Me
the
and
bloody
Talia are
target.
fine. Yeah.
They're after me. I put a target on my head, apparently. The
30 to
double-edged
there.
sword of true sight, man.
And I'm so glad I went with bludgeoning.
And this one's going to get
It's
to there.
Assuming they do bludgeoning.
You'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay, so yep, they all dashed and moved, so that's all they can do this turn. So that's the end of their turns. Do you want to use that attack?
Yeah, for the closest one to me.
Yep. So that would be this one here.
Yeah. Nat 20.
Nat 20, nice.
Oh, that's what we need right now.
Yeah. And then switch over character sheets, digit daggers.
So 8 piercing would be. You rolled a 4, so that's 8, so 12. So 12 damage in total. Nice. Let's do my maths. Yep, you watch as this dagger flashes over through the space and just sinks into one of the large muscled pectorals and sinks in deeply, and the creature just goes buckles over for a second, but then straightens up and growls.
I take it that doesn't count as a melee weapon attack, does it? Because it's thrown.
If you were using it as a thrown weapon, then no. If you were,
Okay.
he's close enough that you could have done a melee attack. He's within 5 feet.
Okay, can I say that I did a slash against him then?
Yeah.
And I am going to pump second level smite into that.
Yeah, go ahead. So that's 3d8.
3d8. Oof.
Which would be 46 damage because it was a crit.
Yeah.
Ouch. So that hurt. So the dagger sinks in and it hurts it, but it goes to stand back up, and then the burst of radiant damage goes off, and there's just now this large gaping wound in its pectoral, and it's just breathing heavily and clutching at this wounded section of its skin. Just got to figure out the amounts here. So it's 46. Ooh, yeah, that did a good chunk of damage to it. Okay. It's now the green one's turn.
Here we go.
Green one is going to. Seeing you having just done so much, Val, it is going to use Hurl Flame against you. That's probably. No, it might be 12 to hit.
No.
No, you just watch as it just conjures like this small mote of flame in its hand and just chucks it towards you. But you manage to just sort of duck out the way and watch as it splashes against the cobbles, melting a few of them. It is then going to 5, 10, 15, 20 back to there. Okay. Blossom, it's your turn.
Right. Fireball's a range of, or a radius of 30, isn't it?
Believe it's 20. Let me double check. Damn it, phone. Fireball. Yeah, 20-foot radius.
Hmm. Can I hit these 3 without hitting the barrel?
Hang
Although
on.
you're resistant to fire now, aren't you?
Yep. I still would rather not take fire damage, but
That would just about work.
Well, I would. Goodness sake. I'm trying to bring a token out to use as a little radius thing, but I'm just going to borrow a Domiat.
Sure.
So, 20-foot radius.
Adomiat gains 54 levels.
So, if you place it
Oh.
there, you can hit all 3 of them and not get Val.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll throw one of the
The beads of
necklace
the fight.
beads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they all need to make dexterity saving throws. What's the DC on the necklace?
DC 15.
DC 15. They have a +2. And they each get advantage. 1 fails. 1 passes. 1 passes. So 2 pass, 1 fails. And what's the damage? So it's 8d6 for a fireball.
Right. Eight d6.
Yeah, 8d6. 28. So the first one takes the full whack of that. Okay. This one only takes half. Mental maths. Oh, so much fun. As the fireball hits, you watch as, though they are burned, it's not as much as you were expecting. Any movement or bonus?
How tight is this suit? Because is going hybrid going to rip it at all? Because I might
So you-
not.
Make it blossom, let's go.
You purposely asked for a suit that was easy to move in, but it is still well tailored. So it is likely that if you go hybrid, it may not completely destroy the suit, but it will damage it significantly.
Oh, I think I'll just keep the hit then.
Okay.
Close the walls, the chaos rain.
this, guys, is why you don't leave parties early.
Just stay in the kitchen, people.
Wait, what?
Never mind.
I will still move.
We all hide in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. Sandal, it's your turn.
Bye. And then you find
Okay.
Lever.
There is loose rubble on the floor, isn't there?
You're in a street, so there's not loose rubble, but there's things like pebbles.
Like stones and things like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's bits and pieces around.
I'm going to cast a 2nd level catapult on that lady here.
Okay. I mean, you can't really call it a lady anymore. I mean, these things aren't wearing clothes, and you see no sign of any sort of gender.
Okay. So 2nd level catapult. Normal roll. I need it to make
Dex
a dex save.
which it has advantage on.
Oh, of course it does.
Passes the dex save, so only takes half
Okay.
that damage. Yep.
I
no,
think
it's
it's an all
catapult.
or nothing.
Yeah, it's all or
Catapult.
nothing, isn't it? So it sees it
Yep.
coming and just sort of brings its staff up and whacks it out the air.
Okay. I'm gonna bonus action Boots of the Winding Path. Teleport
Yep.
back just a little bit. Basically, how far away would Adomiat be from us, roughly?
So you guys were quite close. You were probably only about 10-15 minutes away from the Jester. So a Domiat can probably get there in 2 minutes. So you've got,
That's
Okay.
a lot of time in combat.
yeah.
Yeah.
Was
Okay.
that like 10 rounds? So that's 20 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've essentially teleported back
Yep.
a little bit. And
Okay.
then stepped a bit further back.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Ert's turn.
We need a bit of crowd control, I think. It's going to move up to there and cast Spirit Guardians at level 5.
Of course.
You're not fucking around.
She doesn't have
Very
armor
good.
on her, and she's in the poofiest of dresses. But what I'm going to say is when the Spirit Guardians come out, they shift and change colours to match her dress as the dress is changing colours as well.
Yep. Nice.
Good old comfy did.
Okay. Is that the end of Ert's turn?
Yep.
Okay. Top of the round. Val, it's your turn.
Okay. We are going to go... Yeah. Command at level 2 to the 2 closest. Rest.
Okay. Rest.
Yeah.
So command, they have to share a language with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out whether these guys share a language with you.
My languages are Celestial, Common, Draconic, and Undercommon.
Yeah, and their languages are Slard and telepathy.
Oh.
So try to figure out whether they would understand a spoken word in a different language.
I mean, I'd have to think it to say it.
I'm going to allow it. So rest. So wisdom saving throw, yeah? So that is advantage on the roll. One of them gets, what's the save?
Wisdom 15.
15, one of them passes. The other one passes. They
Okay.
both pass. Although it was a close run thing. One of them only just passed.
That's fair. Okay, actions, bonus actions. What can I do? No. Is Channel Divinity a spell? Or is that...
Channel Divinity is an action.
It's an action.
Yes, unless it states otherwise.
Well, it says it's a bonus action.
If it states it's a bonus action, then it's a bonus action.
So, I can choose a creature that I can see within 10 foot, and I can gain advantage on attack rolls against it for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 HP. That's Vow of Enmity.
Yep, so you're going to claim Vow of Enmity?
Yeah, against the guy in front of me.
This guy here?
Yeah, the closest one.
Yep, okay, so he is now Vow of Enmity. There we go. Alright, end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Their turns. At the start of their turns, Val, you watch as that wound that you just caused on it and the burn marks begin to seal closed and begin to heal and
Okay.
the same for the others who have been hurt by the flames. Their wounds begin to heal and close as they regenerate.
At the start of their turns, they need to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Yep, 2 of them do with advantage. What's the DC?
15.
15. One of them passes because that was an 18. And the other one fails.
Okay.
So, give me some damage. So 16, so one of them takes half of that, which was this guy. And the other one takes the full amount. Okay. One of them is looking quite hurt. As you just watch these mini Urts just flying around, like slashing at them with like their fists and their hands, just trying to hurt them as much as possible.
Yeah.
So half movement, so one's going to move up to there. 5, 10, 15, 20 to get to there. So it has to take the wisdom save. Fails, so that one takes the full 16 as well. Okay. Then the first one is going to aim at you, Val, and is going to make a bite attack first.
Yeah.
That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
So you are going to take from that one. That is 11 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then it is going to make 2 claw attacks against you. Oh god, that's bad. 2 14s to hit.
No.
Both miss. Okay. So it lunges and like bites into your shoulder, and then tries to like slash you with these. It's got these large claws coming out the back of its hands, like almost like bone claws that come out like that. And it tries to slash you with them, but you manage to just sort of like move your body out of the way in time. The next one is going to, the most wounded one is going to target you as well, Val, as you're the one who's done the most damage to it. So, starting off with the bite attack. Only an 11 to hit with that.
Nope.
And then the 2 claw attacks. One of those is a 20 to hit. The other is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, both hit.
Okay, so you take 22 points of slashing damage,
Okay.
and that doesn't apply to you. You feel as something from those claws tries to sink into your body, but the holy energy within your body just and negates it instantly.
Okay,
Seeing as you are a paladin and immune to disease. The last one is going to make a bite attack against Blossom. That's a 19 to hit.
Hits.
So Blossom, you are going to take 11 piercing damage. And then 2 claw attacks. Ooh. One is a 24 to hit, the other is a 25 to hit. Pretty sure they hit. So you are going to take 11, that's 21 slashing damage. And I need you to make me 2 con saves.
Alright.
Have you got... Does hybrid give you advantage against disease? I don't think it
I
does.
don't think so.
No, so there's just 2 straight con saves, please.
16 and 19.
Yep, you feel this strange, like, feeling try to come over your body, but you just sort of shake and knock it off. Doesn't seem to get a good grip on you. Okay. Green Slard's turn. Or the green one's turn. Shouldn't have told you the name. Damn it, I need to stop doing that. I do that a lot. Okay, this one's turn is going to use Hurl Flame again. but against Urt, as it has noticed that she is the one using the spells. So that is a 13 to hit.
Nope.
You sure?
Yeah, armor class 15 without any armor.
Without any armor?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've turned all of the armor off.
Are you sure? Because when I take my chameleon armor off, it makes no difference to my AC. And it should.
Oh, I've just realised right at the bottom list she had a shield as well. I've turned the shield off now.
Yep.
Meets it, beats it, 13.
Yep. So that is...
I had turned her leather armor off, but not... I didn't notice that.
Yep. So Urt takes 9 fire damage.
Okay.
And she needs to make me a concentration check, please.
Yeah.
To keep up Spirit Guardians.
Concentration...
So it's a con save.
Yeah.
Yep, fine. Absolutely fine. Okay. Blossom, your turn.
Oh, fireball again.
Okay. So, just looking at it. You can hit 2 of them without hitting anyone else, but that's it.
Get the green bitch.
Yeah, I'll try and hit these two
Yep.
with
Okay.
the fireball.
Okay. So, dex saves for them. Disadvantage. Pass. Fail. So one passes, one fails. So this is the one
Same
that
damage again.
passed. So damage that one. Okay. This one here is starting to look really hurt now. It is croaking and gasping and clutching at various wounds. The other 2 still look fairly fresh, and the green one is completely untouched. Anything else, Blossom?
Did we, because we came from underground for the one shot,
Yeah.
did we heal?
Yes.
Yeah,
you
we
a
had long rest.
Right. Should have checked that first. I should still be fine then. Yeah, I'll leave it there still.
Okay. Alright. Zandal, your turn.
You're
you are
muted.
muted, sir.
I'm going to sort of like step back, sort of like to here. And most of my spells are pretty much useless in this situation, except one. I'm going to cast Aura of Vitality on myself.
Nice.
And bonus action, use it on Urt.
Okay. I will just...
I mean, Val had taken a lot more damage than
Yeah,
you
but
said
it's got the big spender. Yeah. I can bring you back up quite quickly. It's the one that's got the big spend damage going on right now.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your radius
So-
for Aura of Vitality.
Yeah.
It is concentrating. You are concentrating.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just step back a little bit just to keep these guys in range. And that is my turn.
Okay. Just for a Shield of Faith concentration. Yeah. Val, you need to make me a concentration check from those last few hits
Yeah, okay.
to see if you've kept Shield of Faith up.
At 1. Nope.
No. Shield of Faith is gone. Okay. Ert's turn.
Cool. Greenie needs to have some damage, or at least have some fear put into them. So, Guiding Bolt at 4th level.
Okay.
14.
14 to hit.
Yeah.
Does not hit, unfortunately.
For God's sake. Right, okay.
Because flying towards it, it just, like, crouches down and jumps over the radiant energy.
Okay, okay. Not panicking. Right, that's what she's gonna do.
Okay. Val, your turn.
Okie dokie. Where is my cone? How big is my cone?
Your cone should be 15 feet, I believe, if it's your breath weapon. Either
Yeah.
that or might be 30, I don't know.
So I'm juggling 2 sheets. This weapon, 30 foot. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that. Still with the dagger in my hand, I'm just going to slash at the one that's been mostly damaged.
Yep, so that's this one. You have advantage against it because of your Vow of Enmity.
Yeah. Which is good. 19.
19 does hit.
Yeah, and then we're going to go swoop. And I'm going to pump a 1st level smite into it.
Yep, so 2d8.
Another 6.
Okay. It's still standing.
Okay.
It's looking more hurt, but it's still standing. End of your turn?
Bonus action, Shield of Faith. Oh no, I did a smite, didn't I? So that counts as a spell?
No. Nope.
Okay, so I can do bonus action, Shield of Faith then.
Yep. So Shield of Faith again. Where is Shield of Faith? There it is. Okay. Their turn. At the top of their turn, they all heal. And then they all have to make saves against Spirit Guardians. Okay, so Spirit Guardian saves, 3 of them. 1 passes, only just. 2nd passes. 3rd fails. So, if I could have some Spirit Guardians damage, please.
Yeah, rolling it now.
18. So 1 takes the full 18, which will be the most wounded one.
Oh, that's better.
And the others take half damage.
I'm sorry that I split the group.
I'm
It's
not.
all good.
Mate, rather you than me.
I was just like, yeah, yeah, this is something they would do.
It's what my character would do.
I was hoping for Bone Claw. I thought that would have been funny, but...
Right, so, again, one of them is going to make a bite attack against Ert.
Yeah.
That is a 14 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
So Ert is going to take 5 is 12 piercing damage.
Yeah.
Concentration check, please, for the first
Yeah.
one.
Nat 20.
Nat
Yeah.
20, that's fine. But now 2 claw attacks.
Okay.
I'll use that roll, even though it didn't roll in the thing. That first one of them is a 13 to hit.
Meets it, beats it.
Oh dear, and the other's a 20, so they both hit.
Yeah.
29 slashing damage in total.
Okay.
And I need to make 2 con saves. Fail. She doesn't need to make the second one.
Yep.
Just suddenly goes very pale, and like you see her like veins where she got struck by this claw turn a sickly color. Okay. Yeah, and 2 concentration checks, please, for Spirit Guardians.
Yeah. Get to that.
That's a save. And that's a save, so the Spirit Guardians is still up.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is going to make a bite attack against Val.
Okay.
That is... Yeah, I'm not even going to say what it is. It hits.
Is it more than a 17?
Easily.
Okay.
I rolled a natural 19 and it's a +8, so...
Jesus Christ.
So that's,
Oh, that was a 27.
14 to hit, 14 damage.
Yeah.
Concentration check for Shield of Faith, please.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. And then the 2 claw attacks. One's an 18, the other
Yeah.
is a 23. So 28 slashing damage in total from those 2 claws.
Yeah.
2 concentration checks for Shield of Faith.
Always,
Yep.
always your group, isn't it? Wow.
And yep, that's fine. And then the last one, bite attack against Blossom. That's a 13 to hit.
Just misses.
Just misses. And then the 2 claw attacks. They're both going to hit a natural 15 and a natural 17 +8. So 27 slashing damage in total. And I need 2 con saves, please.
14 and
14
20
is
14s.
not enough.
Yeah.
You also feel as your veins around the claw wound go a dark color, and you begin to feel sick. Okay. That is the end of their turn. It's now the green creature's turn. It, having seen the claw strikes hit, is going to aim instead. Ooh, just outside the range. It's going to aim for you, Val, with a hurl flame. And misses with a 9. just fluffs it entirely.
I'm on 3 hit points at the moment, by the way, guys.
God.
Yeah,
I'm
not
stressed enough.
so
Did you
good
have
at all.
to?
Yeah!
Okay,
Oh my god, it's always you.
Blossom, your turn.
I think it's the same again. Try and hit these two with.
Run!
Yep, you can
Yeah,
hit
but
them.
run and
Oh,
take
where?
opportunity as well.
So dex saves for them. Fail. And fail. They actually both failed that one, even with advantage. So full damage. Well, half damage. Ooh,
Nice.
nice. Very nice.
How bad are they looking?
So this one is looking really hurt. The others are actually looking fairly fresh still.
Sure.
Almost of the wounds you've been doing to them have been minor enough that they've basically healed up. Okay. Anything else from you, Blossom?
I'm probably going to step away and take the attacks.
Okay. Okay, so that is going to be 2 attacks of opportunity against you.
Yep.
Gonna make bite attacks, both of them. One of those is an 18, the other is a 15.
Can I use my blood curse of the eyeless on the 15?
Which makes it re-roll it, yeah?
It reduces the dice
Okay,
or the roll.
yeah, go ahead.
It's not on there because I didn't update the sheet.
I believe it's 1d6 for your Hemocraft dice.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, that's plenty.
Yep, so you're only going to take instead 11 piercing damage from the bite.
Sure.
Okay. End of Blossom's turn. Xandal, it's your turn.
Okay, first of all, bonus action heal Val. With my dice. Not much. Sorry.
3 whole hit points!
That's every
It's
round.
doubled my hit points, so
Yes.
Just remember,
We gotta get out of here.
retreating-
We cannot win this
I
fight
was
right
gonna
now.
say, retreating isn't always a bad thing.
yeah.
Where?
And
In our
I'm
own
casting my next spell. Oh, I don't know why it rolled it, but
Happen, where would you run?
yeah, I cast Blink.
Okay.
Luckily enough, it's not a concentration check, and yeah,
So if I remember correctly with Blink...
at the end of my turn, I roll a d20. On an 11 or higher, I disappear into the ethereal plane
Yep.
until the start
So-
of my next turn.
So that's the end of your turn then?
Yeah, I'm basically gonna start moving back, and then
Okay. So end of your
no,
turn. roll
I'm
your
still on this plane. Oh, shit.
Oh no, that's just to show that you're blinking. That's just showing up blinks on you.
Yeah, no, I just rolled it. D20.
D20, right, so you're still on this
Yeah.
plane. Okay.
Still on this plane.
Alright. Ert's turn.
Val has already basically said run, or mouthed the word run to Ert, so she's going to take a dash and a movement to get 60 foot off the map.
Yep.
So she's like off the map that way,
Okay.
and that's her turn.
Okay. At the top of the round...
Don't, no, my turn.
Yeah, hang on.
Oh,
Hang on. Something might happen here that might actually be useful. If I can find the right...
All the creatures die inexplicably.
Fidget comes to the rescue, please. Or anyone. Save them.
Oh, for goodness sake. I'm trying to find... I need a stat block for something and I can't find it. There we go, I found it.
Not.
Ah! So...
Nah. Doesn't keep you much help, to be fair. Little nut waving with his one arm. Oh, see?
So, yeah, at the top of the round... I need to scroll down. Yep. It is going to... You watch as, from out of an alleyway,
fucking serious right now? Of all the times, this guy.
Hang on.
Run.
It's
to
my
here.
best friend.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? That's just what you.
And
fucking do.
is going
Oh
to
my god.
use Shadow Jump to make both of those two make
Fuck is he helping us?
Constitution saving throws.
He's not. He's just hunting me.
They both
My enemy is
fail.
my friend, dude. Use the distraction. Get the fuck out of there.
I need the right dice. Hang on. Ah! Why do dice have to be such weird shapes to figure out which ones you want? So one of the creatures, the blue creatures, just explodes in a pile of gore as dark necrotic energy surges out of the bone claw as it comes charging out.
Never been so happy to see a bone claw in my life.
The other one takes a heavy blow, but is still up. That is the end of the bone claw's turn. Val, your turn.
Disengage and run.
Okay.
I'm 30 foot that way with my 6 hit points.
I'm guessing you're flying.
To be honest, Val is probably flying, but he's also running his legs because he is shit scared he's gonna die again. So he's just like running in midair as fast as he
Will
possibly
this
can
be
go.
your 4th time?
I don't want to die again. I've got somebody I need to kill first.
Okay. So it's the blue creature's turn. This one and this one are both
First
going
3
to
times.
try and move like that. They both get attack of opportunity by the bone claw.
Come on, bone claw.
Yeah, hits them both.
Never thought we'd be cheering on the bone claw, but here we
Yeah.
are.
Bone claw, let's go, bone claw, let's go.
Strange bedfellows and all that.
Best friend. He's now our best friend. Hey, we won't have to deal with him. He's our friend now. It's fine.
If he saves us, I'll let him have one night with Xandal.
One night with Xandal. One night with Xandal. Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh snap.
Hang on, I'm just having to do a lot of maths now. Ugh.
I want the green one dead. She's the one who knows that I know.
Look.
She's gonna come up to me.
Get
She knows.
Dragged back
She
10 feet.
knows.
Gets dragged back 10 feet, and they are both
Now
grappled.
you're attacking the leader. What kind of tacticians are you?
I tried. I missed.
End of,
Shot and I missed.
they both got grappled. They're going to make attacks against the bone claw. Both miss with the bite. Both miss with the claws. Only one hit with the claws. That's 12 damage. And obviously, disease doesn't affect a bone claw because it's undead. So that's the end of their turn. The Slard's turn. The green one's turn. Seeing you all trying to run. What's the range on this? Ooh. How grouped up would you say you all are?
Well, Xandal's the slowest.
And started
We
going
ran for
first.
themselves.
I mean, Ert would be further ahead because she's 25 foot off the map.
Yeah.
Val is 5 foot off the map. I don't know
Xandal
about.
will be about 15 foot off the map.
I haven't run yet, so I'd still actually be there.
So it can only really get 2 of you, which is going to be Xandal and Val. You watch
Wait, was this closer?
as its eyes narrow, and it raises a finger, and a tiny mote of fire appears. Same as the ones that Blossom's been throwing from a necklace.
Oh,
As
fuck.
it casts Fireball, I need
Really,
Xandal,
right? This is fun.
Xandal and Val, you both need to make me dex saves.
Okay, I'm using my last.
You also get a +3 because you're within
Yeah.
like 10 foot of me. Was it dex save?
Dex save.
So.
Oh!
So yeah, 13.
Did that show up on
13.
screen?
Yeah, nat
Yeah.
20.
13,
Yeah.
so you both
Four.
pass. You both pass, so
4 or 5
passed.
nat 20s
Six.
tonight.
4,
We need to keep a nat 20 score.
6,
Yeah.
7, and 8.
Not
Look
gonna lie,
at the bottom
at
that
some
says
point I feel like it's gonna be me and Talia that take over the campaign at this point. I was like, oh
Yeah.
god, we're gonna be the only ones still living.
So that would be
Oh,
33
Yeah.
damage. You both passed, so that takes it down to
16.
16. Val, you are resistant to fire, so that takes it down to 8.
I'm
you.
down.
You just watch as Val collapses out of the air and
always
crashes to the floor.
You couldn't have made it 5. God damn it. I
Alright,
would have been on 1 hit point at that point.
if you were half orc, you'd be fine, but you're not, so.
Xandal, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Concentration check for Aura of Vitality, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Will that bring Val back up as you run past him?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're fine.
Thought being in
Okay.
combat would be more gut wrenching, but I'm genuinely more nervous not being in a fight.
Okay.
I'd rather
So,
be in the fight.
Green Slab is
I'd
going
rather
to
not. I'd just rather than not.
I would
Further
rather you be in the
away.
fight. There'd be more targets for them to hit.
I know.
I really don't.
Blossom,
want
I'm guessing you are just running.
Yeah, I can get away pretty fast. So
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just
Go
assume
faster,
that you're
faster,
run.
faster.
Xandal, I'm assuming mostly running, but Aura of
Yeah.
Vitality.
Bonus action or vitality. Let's see how much you get this time, buddy.
As long as it gets him off the floor.
Oh, it's gonna get him off the floor, at least.
Hey,
I
yes.
don't wish I had that last time.
Yeah, then you would have dropped to begin with.
I'm at 11 hit
Yeah.
points.
Woo.
Okay.
I'm okay!
I'm okay. I'm not.
As I'm running past, I'm gonna try and use my action to help Val up to his feet.
That's fine.
Do you
But
still
obviously Blink is still up in effect. Let's see whether I suddenly vanish.
Yeah.
No.
No.
This
Oh,
spell
okay.
is useless.
All
As I'm
right.
going, chip,
Excuse
chip,
you,
chip,
wanna
chip,
roll
chip,
to
chip,
leave.
chip.
Ertston, I'm assuming she's just running.
I'm just checking what I've got in place. Give me a second.
From 2? Like, that's the question.
Just keep running until.
Back towards the party if we have to.
Not
Yeah,
any
I'm gonna
danger
do
levels, yeah.
a run and a dash.
Okay. And at this point, I'm going to say combat has ended because you guys are running away. Behind you, you can hear the screeches of the bone claw and the roars of these creatures as they fight each other. But eventually,
Hopefully
the
it takes-
sounds die out, and you reach the gate where there are guards who sort of see you and go, "What's happened? What's going on?"
Big
You need healing.
giant frog type people.
And a bone claw.
What?
Yeah, is Ragnarvale around?
I believe he's at the ball.
Oh, are we at the outskirts of the ball?
No, you'd gone back into the Gateway
Really,
District. You'd left the Sovereign
Okay.
Citadel, gone
Yeah.
all the way through Halcyon Heights, back into the Gateway District, and were maybe 5-10 minutes on the Jigging Jester when these creatures accosted you.
Yeah.
Danger that you can just.
Okay, with my aura of vitality, I still had about 7 rounds left. I'd have healed the party up as much as I can.
As you
with it.
go to heal Ert or Blossom, the healing does not take effect.
Dave,
Well, their wounds aren't closing.
Okay.
Library. Sending.
You're not at the library, but
I know! We don't even know what's fucking happening, and you've
Yeah.
not told anyone.
I'm gonna get to cast sending and just be like, this is the location. We are very badly hurt. Send help.
Okay. Who does she send that to?
Probably Talia.
Okay, so Talia, you just hear in your head, "Help! We're attacked at gate to Halcyon Heights. Managed to escape. Really badly hurt."
I'm probably stood
You were in the middle of a dance. You were like being spun by Gunter at this point in the middle of a dance.
So we need to stop.
Why?
If I was in trouble, they've been attacked near, where was it? Halcyon Heights?
The gate to Halcyon Heights.
They're hurt. We need to go help them. I don't know. It's probably what I saw earlier. Fuck. I don't know what to do.
Okay. Gunter goes,
Tell
"I'll grab
Ragnar,
Vienna."
get healers.
Gunter
Vienna.
shadow steps over to Vienna and quickly says, "Vienna, we have to go." And then shadow steps over to Ragnar and begins telling him what's happened.
Okay, Vienna makes her way in. Going, what on earth's going on?
Vals, Zandal, they've been attacked. We need to help them. They're hurt. I think whatever fucking saw me is probably not wanting anyone to know.
Did they win the attack? It's
they're
still out there.
They said they're hurt. I didn't say. I don't know. Let's go. Shit.
Okay.
You guys run along with Ragnar Vale, with a couple of like priests as well, including Finri, who come charging down through Halcyon Heights, and after about 10 minutes you reach the gates and you see the rest of the party there, bloodied and hurt, and two of them extremely pale with black veins.
Did we pass where they were fighting?
No, they are fighting further past the gates.
All right, okay,
They've had to
take the same route then.
No, they'd gone past this point and had to run back here.
Right.
Because they couldn't go further towards the Jigging Jester because they were blocked off.
Right. Okay.
And we wouldn't think to. Yeah, we'd be with them. I'm probably gonna rush to Earthside and be like, "Earth, you were right. What's wrong?"
Don't feel too good.
Let me look at you. And I'll have a look.
Okay, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Can I use my fate string thing?
Yeah.
To try and see if I can see
yourself
what happened to her. What am I rolling?
So are you trying to see her fate, or are you trying to just get advantage?
I'll probably just give myself advantage. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably be panicking.
Yeah, so just advantage on a medicine check then.
I hope I roll better than the second one. That's better. 18.
18. You sort of glance her over. There is something unnatural in her system. You don't know what. It's obviously some kind of disease, but you can't identify what it is.
Here. There's something wrong with Earth. It's not natural. Can't determine what.
Ragnar comes over and has a look and goes, I don't know what it is either. Finri, you're better at this than I. Quickly. Finri comes over and has a look, glances her over, and goes, let me try this. She places a hand on you and she's going to burn 5 points of lay on hands, and Ert's veins return back to their normal colour, and she starts breathing more evenly. The disease having been purged.
And is anyone else hurt?
Blossom.
Hurt?
Yeah,
Blossom.
sorry, I forgot to mute myself. I would.
Finri
Blossom's just collapsed on the floor.
Yeah, Finri goes over and again 5 points of lay on hands and purges the disease.
Val was in such shock and panic, he forgot that he had lay on hands. And the ability to heal himself. He's been sat there on 11 hit points, just been like, there's no way to heal me.
Oh no,
I've
healed everyone as much as I could.
The healing didn't take.
On the 2 that were
Uh,
diseased.
For the
Henry
two that
is-
failed their con saves, you're fine.
Finri
Yeah, okay.
is then going to take 10 minutes and is going to upcast Prayer of Healing. Everyone within the area, up to 6 people, so all 4 of you heal for 15 hit points.
Hell happened to you guys?
That lady that you're not very happy with, she got
Listen,
friends.
bitch!
Yeah.
She had some blue friends.
What? Blue?
Yeah.
Shit, we need to look.
It's at this
We need to
point
go to
the
library
guard,
and cut this.
a couple of guards who'd been at the gate had gone down to investigate, come back and go, there's nothing there. There's signs of combat on the street, but no bodies.
There
That'll
should be
be
goop everywhere.
the
There
bone
was-
claw.
Signs of
Oh,
blood,
Thor
but
attacked you?
No, the bone claw kind of saved us.
The bone claw helped you?
He fought the blue creatures so that we could, like, retreat and didn't attack us when he had the opportunity. Maybe because they were bigger creatures, they were more food for him or something? I don't know.
Let's not discount our blessings. Let's get you guys healed.
Blessings.
It doesn't kill you, that's a blessing, right? We need to find out what the fuck these things are. And why the fuck they're here.
I imagine at this point, like, Xandel's just holding a Domiat and his smithing tools just sort of like, I'm done with tonight.
Finri has grabbed you, Xandal, and is just holding you against her.
I'm fine.
That was scary.
To be honest, I got out of this better than I normally do. It's the others that really suffered.
I'm going to pump my entire lane of hands pool into me, which is 50, and I'm still not back up to full health.
Wow.
Cool now.
As you guys stand there and reel from this ambush, you take a moment to breathe. And that's where we're going to end tonight's game.
Yeah.
He's doing that DM thing. You can tell. You
Yeah.
can tell when they start to do that little monologue. You're like, as you do this, he's like, it's gonna end the session.
Yeah.
Well, it is 20 to 12. I
It
thought,
is, yeah.
Yeah.
It
we've
is.
got to end it
That's
here,
what
or else
it's
it's just going to go on.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Well, that was a very bombastic ball.
Yeah.
That was.
so
Jeez.
I hope you guys all enjoyed. As we said, our next session will be the 23rd, where we will be dressing
Dressed
up
up as our characters.
While we're
Having,
Are we gonna do something
today,
special, or are we just gonna do a normal session?
It's up to you guys. You let me know what you want, and I'll plan whatever's necessary.
I say we're going to make some proper announcements in the next coming days once we actually iron out all the
Great.
details. But it will be the 23rd from 6:30 p.m. BST.
Yep.
Give you my
Okay.
idea that I've been. Oh, Paddy's having a disco again.
Anyway,
What's doing it?
bye for now, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your own games, and we hope you enjoyed. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.